And here we are, once more, into the fray.
Yay! Holiday
Yay!
special!
Hooray!
Finally, the spooky one that I've been waiting for.
The spooky one!
Fear my polite, pasty angel.
Your polite,
That
pasty
heals.
angel butt.
You're a lovey angel who just wants everyone to be his friend.
I just want everyone to love me back.
So it's all right, Safari. Maybe someday. But today
So
is
you're
not.
saying
Okay.
there is a chance.
Perhaps.
So before we get into the recap, I'm just gonna let everybody just give me like the 1 to 2 sentence summary of who you are and who your character is. Hi, I'm Kiri Hester. I am the DM.
Well, I honestly think before we even get into that, we kind of need to talk about why we're here today.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, yes. We are here. We are raising money for children.
For the children.
The ones in need. So we are raising money for Extra Life. I'm going to kick it to Ash because they have more information than I do.
All right, guys. So, hey, welcome. Yes, welcome to our Extra Life stream. If you are not familiar with Extra Life, so who they are and what they are a charity that allows gamers to play games and raise money for their local Children's Miracle Network hospitals. So here in Oklahoma, we have the OU Children's Center, which the mission of the OU Children's Center is basically there's 3 numbers that you got to remember. It is 100, 77, 0. And what those numbers mean is that 100% of the proceeds from Extra Life, so 100% of the money that we raise here today, goes directly towards research to, treatment and research to help these kids through some of the worst childhood diseases, childhood cancers, just absolute terrible things that we need to do something about. 77 means that the OU Children's Center serves all 77 counties of Oklahoma. So that is everywhere in the state of Oklahoma. And 0 means that no child will be turned away based on financial situation. So irregardless of the financial situation, they can receive the care that they need through the Children's Miracle Network. And so that is why we are doing what we are doing today. So there's a couple different ways to help us out today. I'm going to post, or Michael, did you post the link in chat? Or Zonimus did. Good job, Zani.
Way to go, Zani.
So you will see the link. The link has been posted in chat to our Extra Life donor page. You can actually watch this Twitch stream from the donor page right now. Also, there should be a little widget at the bottom of the screen if you go into our About section on our Twitch page. I should have set up an extension that will allow you to donate directly from the Twitch page. Hopefully I set that up right. But so you should be able to donate directly from there. But the big question today is how you can help us out or how you can hinder us. So if you go to our Extra Life page, you will see a list of incentives. So these are different things and different ways that you can affect. Sorry, gotta mute something. Different ways that you can affect today's game. So for a single dollar make you holla, you can re-roll that. So this will allow one of us to make a reroll on attack rolls, saving throws, or skill checks. We have $5 auto crits, where you can give one of us a automatic critical on an attack roll. we have a $5 do the voice. As you all know, we all have really bad accents during this game. Like really bad accents.
Brooke isn't here to defend himself.
Brooke is not here to defend himself today, but
Right.
so for
Right.
right. So for 10 minutes, you can force one of us to change our character accent. And you can pick which other bad accent you would like us to attempt. So
Oh yeah, I think I should do the Minnesota. Eh? Oh,
Yeah. or today is day that Isa suddenly goes Russian. So yes, so force us to try and change our voice today. Put us through our paces. We're also doing a special. So for $10, you can join the Kobold Union. So for those of you who are those long-term Red Dirt D&D fans, we know you're out there. We are watching. You for $10 you can join the Kobold Union, and when you join the Kobold Union, you will receive a special welcome packet that will have at the very least it will have a lovely certificate with your name on it stating that you are an official member of the Kobold Union, and probably some other perks and things that will go along with officially joining the Kobold Union. So that is a $10 donation to join the Kobold Union. Also for $10 is the Wild Magic Surge. So this is always a lot of fun. We'll make sure to have the Wild Magic table open this whole session. But for $10, you can immediately force us to roll on the Wild Magic table and see what happens. The other two that we have are, there is a $25 donation will get you the Red Dirt Care Package. So for $25, if you decide to do this, and there's a limited quantity of these, so there's only 25 out there up for grabs. But for $25, you will receive a Red Dirt Care Package, which will have a whole bunch of fun Red Dirt merch in it. There'll be some stickers, some buttons, and we will send that to you. So you will physically receive this item. We will ship it out probably about a week after Extra Life. But we only have 25 of those, so snatch those up while you can. The last thing we have is for a $50 donation, you can grant limited cosmic power. We've limited these. There will be six of these. So basically one for 1, 2, 3. Actually, I should have only put 5, but no, we're gonna do 6
for Sathari.
We're gonna do 6. So for $50, and there's 6 of these available, you may grant a player, grant one character the ability to cast one 7th level spell of their choice. So, just to add in a little extra chaos. So with that said, we have a goal today of $500. So by the end of this stream, we are hoping again to raise $500 for the Children's Miracle Network. So we will appreciate all of your help today, because we need all your help. You can see above me on the screen is our little Extra Life counter that shows how far we are from today's goal. So, yeah, that's why we're here today. Please be very generous with us, and again, help us to smash that goal. And again, all of it goes towards the Children's Miracle Network. So it goes towards a good cause. So you get to have some fun. You get to play with us. You get to affect our game. And you get to do something good while doing it. So everybody wins.
Yay! Especially the children. And Isa will promise to be gentle when she drags them off to Krampus.
Yes. It's only the naughty ones. I say you got to, it's only the naughty ones, and then only the really naughty ones we actually drag. The other ones, we just give them, a firm, stern shake of the finger, and maybe a few smacks with a switch, but it's all good.
Hooray!
If this is your first time seeing us on Twitch, you're missing out, because every Tuesday night, Michael and Ash discuss. I feel like you're discussing the hot topic of what D&D is in the moment. New book releases, new leaks. Elisard is muted. I'm sure he's saying something really interesting, but I can't hear him.
Crap. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I don't mute myself. That's why I try not to mute myself, because otherwise
Right.
I always forget to unmute myself. And I'm going to say this Tuesday we've got some new news
New news.
that just dropped.
Yeah.
There's
This
good
Friday.
news this week.
Last week, you guys dropped a heck of a bomb
Yeah.
on us, and then the next day that bomb kind of went away, but then it came back. But that's for your episode to discuss.
Came
But it was
back with a
weird 'cause
vengeance.
it's so there's that. I find out a lot of news from watching their show. Also, every other Thursday, you'll find myself and Brooke take a sip for Brooke's absence today.
Pour one out for the homies.
Press F in chat for Brooke.
But Brooke and I do plausible deniability every other Thursday, where basically the chat runs the show. We talk about D&D. We talk about Kiri. Kiri is usually there in chat, chatting with us. We have special guests in a few episodes. We're going to have a very special guest for you. Should I tease it now? Should I?
No, you've done
No.
enough.
Teasing. But I say you've teased enough.
You've teased.
There's a special guest, right? Yeah.
There's a special guest coming, so there you go. But last time we talked about sci-fi TV shows and etc. We throw some D&D stuff in there and everything. It's fun, it's cool. But that's our Twitch channel. We have more coming on our Twitch channel. We have a YouTube.
We do.
Oh, are you wanting me to talk about YouTube?
Segue. Handoff. Wait.
So
Look at these two. Look at these two's cosplay. Can we get a round of applause for this?
Yeah.
Michael and I are here just a hot mess, and these two are just killing it. I'm loving it so much. Yeah.
I saw
Go ahead.
Kiri posted in our private cast chat, posted her makeup test, and immediately I was like, challenge accepted.
It is
So
great.
yeah, so I already had the wig, right? Like, because I've been cosplaying for years. I just had to go get the horns, and I was good.
I like the Viking Devil Valkyrie is our DM today. I love it.
Listen, your girl loves a theme. That's why they're holiday specials.
I love it. Anyway, carry on.
So our YouTube, you can get old episodes. Right now, I think we're up to episode 40. It might be 39 on our YouTube, but you also can get our archives of the Twitch streams. So those are on Twitch for a little while, and then they pop over to YouTube. So if you missed something, you can always catch it over there. Our previous holiday specials are over there as well. Last year's extra live stream is over there. So you have access to all of those things on YouTube. And every once in a while, I get in a productive mood. My ADHD works for me, and it puts my hyper focus on things that are helpful. And I will upload like 6 episodes in a day because I'm not caught up to our current episodes on for the podcast, but I'm getting there. We have some stuff coming to YouTube soon. I'm not going to tell you what those things are, but they're really cool. We have some new content coming in that's going to be quasi-regular. So
the super secret project that Michael is working on with a super secret, super special guest, or super secret, super special guests. So
yeah, we're very excited about it. We are this close. We are so close. Just look for it on search YouTube, search Red Dirt D&D on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe, and that way you can be notified when the new thing drops, and it's going to be very, very soon. Very, very exciting. We are thrilled.
Yay! Okay, are we ready? Did we cover all of our updates and announcements?
I think
so.
I think so. And I must say, it looks like we just got a new donation in. I want to see. I need to see.
Leg gasp.
Haha! We have
Daniel.
our first official member of the Kobold Union.
Woo!
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We're gonna send a thank you on the. Yes.
Yes.
I
Really, the
kinda
first
wanna-
rule
We'll be
of
sending
the
out
Kobold
thank yous,
Union
but
is
yes, so
don't talk
that-
about the Kobold Union.
Yes. So we have our first official Kobold Union member. Thank you to Daniel. Thank you so much for that
Yay.
Hey,
donation.
Daniel.
And welcome to the Kobold Union.
Yeah.
grow the union. Make it strong. Three kobolds standing upon one another's shoulders can look an orc in the eye.
Yeah. As a member of the small squad, I totally support this. Okay. I think that's everything.
Okay,
So,
I think that's all the preliminary stuff out of the way. Sorry to interrupt you,
No.
mighty and benevolent DM Kiri.
So
those
we're
are the
done
kind
then.
of
See you next week.
interruptions I like. So,
No, we can't leave. Like, we physically cannot leave until we have $500 in the pot.
we're stuck here.
We're stuck here
So,
forever.
I'm Kiri. I am all of the characters that they are not. And it's going to be interesting because we all know that I have short-term memory problems and will immediately forget what accents I assign to what characters. It's fine.
Don't
It'll be
worry.
okay. So we're gonna go clockwise on my screen. So that's gonna be Ash.
Yes, hello. My name is Ash. I am normally the individual in the Dungeon Master's chair, but luckily during these lovely holiday specials, they let me out, so I get to play. And
Yay.
I am playing Isa. Isa is I'm a warlock. I am a warlock sworn to the service of Almighty Krampus, the Christmas devil. And last time I lost my clothes, so
Yes.
first order of business will be to find some new clothes. So
I will say something.
replace all my stuff. What got lost.
But you have a lot of money
last
to
time.
buy new stuff.
But I do. I lost everything, but then I gained everything. So, you know,
Who
What's
needs
a-
money
what's
when
a
you have
teeth-
gold?
what's a
Or who needs
tiefling to
clothes?
do?
Well, who needs clothes when you have gold? Is what I meant to say.
Right,
I
I
will
will say, I just pay the fines, right, for public indecency.
These guys are level 10 now. By the way. So I am DMing for a higher level of character than I've ever played. So we got that going for us. Michael, you are next.
Right. So Michael Cross, might know me as Gideon Block on the Red Dirt D&D podcast. And today I am playing Elisard Shank. Elisard is an Eladrin from the Feywild, who is a bard extraordinaire, loved by all and loves everybody. Everybody is fantastic. And we just have these wonderful adventures, except I can't seem to remember any of them. In fact, I can't remember how I got out of the Feywild to begin with. But apparently I am joined by all of these people who are absolutely lovely and wonderful. And we go on adventures, something like that. Anyway,
That's
so
basically
that's me in a nutshell. Actually, this is me in a nutshell. Help, I'm in a nutshell. If you
sorry.
have any questions, hit me up on chat. Also, would love for you all to donate so that I don't have to be in this nutshell forever. And that's me.
Okay, Johnny, go ahead.
Follow that.
Elisard, I love
Yes?
you too. I
I
love you
love
too.
you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Johnny Payne. You can find me wherever fine podcasts are sold, in places like Red Dirt D&D, playing Zonimus. And today I'm playing Elisard. And I'm not playing Elisard. I'm playing, I'm playing Sithari. I mean, I could play Elisard. He would never see it coming. I'm super sneaky and devious. I'm
But
not.
say, I mean, at this point, almost anyone could play LSR, right? Because you just have to be a
It-
pawn to get, right?
Just offer
that's what
free
we did
therapy.
last Halloween. Last Halloween, we switched bodies.
Every time Isa says right, my face automatically goes just right. Right. What? Me? Oh, I'm Sathari and I'm an ass, Samar.
There you go.
That I fell during battle a long time ago, and I woke up with an orphan as an orphan with an adopted family, and they didn't really know what to do with me and these wings that I've got. So I found these people who desperately need me. They need me. They have no idea how much they need me and need my help.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm here with them for as long as they'll have me, as long as they'll need me.
Yep. So previously, our group, Isa, Alvaro, Sathari, and Elisard worked together to stop a lich from taking over the town of Grace. Then they saved Ville de l'Amour from Cecian, the heartbroken Cupid. While in Ville de l'Amour, you guys also met Hathor, Cecian's twin sister, and a Cupid in her own right. All along the way, guided by a man you know as the Physician, or Roger, if you're feeling
Roger!
Just before Midsummer, you all got a message to meet the Physician at Rendezvous, Hathor's Inn and Tavern in Ville de l'Amour. In the night, Isa and Sathari attempted to spy on the Physician and found that he was dealing with a couple of big problems. First, a shadow plague has been sweeping the land, taking more and more people each month. There seems to be no rhyme or reason for people selected who show symptoms of black fingers and black circles around their eyes and mouths. Alvaro also remembered/realized that this shadow plague had struck before and was the reason he, as well as many of the orphans he grew up with, were orphaned. The Physician's second big problem was the discovery that there was a group of people attempting to free the shadow. Sathari, being celestial and had a keen understanding of the story, but the story was one you all had been told as children. In the beginning, light and shadow were a singularity, and they created the world. Day and night, summer and winter, lions and lambs. After 10,000 years of peace, Shadow broke away from light and began making his own creations under cover of darkness, creatures that cared not for balance, only for killing and blood. Soon these creatures were capable of running the world over, so light created the humans and their variants to fight back the creatures of Shadow. However, Shadow still held a deep desire to have the upper hand of his brother and set out in search of dark magical items that he could use as a weapon: the Onyx Gem, the Obsidian Blade, the Ebony Staff, and the Veil of Shadows. With these items in his possession, Shadow sent his dark armies against Light. Light had made an army of his own, however. Onsfried the Dragonheart, Jenahin the Daring, Reynold the Gentle, and Reginaldus the Devoted. The battle was fierce, and Shadow possessed Ansfried to attack their ally Renaud, who refused to use their own who refused to raise a hand to his friend. His selfless sacrifice stirred Ansfried's heart, giving them enough courage to use their own dagger and stab the heart of Shadow living within their own. Shadow was reduced to a husk of a man that Light locked deep in the depths of the earth. He then spread the items far and wide, giving them to various friends, peoples, or places for safekeeping. The Onyx Gem was given to Titania as a wedding present, and our group of adventurers, after winning her midsummer tournament, were granted one favor of Titania. They asked for the gem. She hesitantly handed it over to them, who in turn gave the gem to the Physician for safekeeping. But their celebration was cut short when the Physician revealed that he had discovered that while they all were in the Feywild, Shadow had escaped.
Dun,
Which brings
dun,
us
dun.
to this point. Exactly. You have just arrived back in Hathor's bar, having emerged through the door behind the bar, which you had used to travel into the Feywild. The Physician has just revealed this very troubling news that the Shadow had escaped, and the bar goes suddenly silent. Hathor gives a nod to a man who seems to have set up residence in a booth, who begins singing very loudly and very off-key. Half of the patrons join in while the other half shout, "Shut up, Joe!" This is when you get your first good look at the crowd. They seem happy and jovial, which makes you feel happy for a moment. Like, despite all of the world falling down around your ears, there are still pockets of normal life here and there. Somebody opens the door and a chill runs up your spine. You can smell wood smoke and damp earth. The person who just entered is bundled up, wearing a hat and scarf, and that's when you notice the rest of the patrons are similarly dressed, wearing sweaters and woolen trousers. Coats are hanging on the backs of chairs, and gloves rest nearby on tables. Elisard, as the cold wind hits you, you feel the shift happening. You're usually able to control the way it manifests, but this time you're a little unprepared. Your light hair deepens to a coppery auburn, and your tanned skin loses a bit of its luster. Your green eyes flash and turn gold, and for this season at least, or for this session at least, you'll be playing as an autumn eladrin.
Yes.
Hathor turns back to you, her eyebrows knit in worry. Where's the little one, Roger? Alvaro's on his own mission, Hathor. You worry about yours. He's helping me find the new information about this shadow plague that's killing your patrons. Or did you not want me to find a way to save them?
Let's say it's all right. He has a tendency to do this. He just, pops off every once in a while. He's small, easy to miss. It's all right. He'll show up when we need him.
Hathor looks around, still a little worried that everybody was paying a lot of attention to you guys. She says, why don't we go somewhere a little more private, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
And
Hathor, I think I'm ready. And he looks into his cup and says, I think I'm ready to actually have a beer. Not water this time, a beer.
Okay, well, why don't we go upstairs and, you can talk about this later. And she turns quickly away from the group and leads you all up the worn stairs. She opens the door. At the very top of the stairs, there's a small placard which reads private residence. Behind the door is a comfortable sitting room. You can assume that these are her private quarters. A small stove and sink are in one corner with a table that makes up the kitchen. There is a fireplace that the physician lights with a snap of his fingers into a warm blaze before sinking into a nearby chair. There are two doors leaving the room. One door stands open and is a private lavatory, while the other door is just cracked, is in shadow. So Thari, can I get you to roll me a perception roll?
Oh, okay. I'll give you perception. Bum, bum, bum. I rolled a... Well, that's 10.
Okay, that's okay. From the cracked door drifts the most alluring smell of jasmine and sandalwood, which reminds you of when Hathor embraced you in gratitude for saving her town and her brother. Hathor busies herself putting a kettle on, and the physician begins rubbing his temple with one hand, the other resting in the pocket you saw the onyx gem disappear into. Elisard, I know that things aren't quite making a lot of sense, but I do know that you know something, so why don't you take a moment to fill in your companions? We're all wondering where the summer went, I'm sure, while I try to settle my own heart.
Well, of course, as the seasons start to change, it's a young man's fancies turn to a more fall-like and thoughtful ideas. And so I thought maybe I should be more introspective as winter comes on. And so I've adapted this more of a personality towards the changing of the seasons. And as we turn more toward the colder, darker times, the longer nights, I thought this would be a nice transition for me. What do you think? Does it look good? Is it me?
The physician kind of pinches the bridge of his nose and says, yes, Elisard, that's wonderful. I meant more of the fact that when you guys left, it was midsummer and it's now clearly no longer summer, the time differential.
Right. Time. Yeah. Of course. So when you're in the Feywild, time, it's very timey-wimey. Everything's kind of very loose. And
timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly.
Yeah. Everything gets wibbly-wobbly in the Feywild, which is what I love about it. It's so very boring out here, actually. But we were in there for only, a day or two. But we come out here and a couple of months have gone by, sometimes years. So we should actually count ourselves lucky that only a couple of months have gone by. Roger, it's only been a couple of months, right?
Yes, so although you left in midsummer, we're now approaching late fall. All Hallows Eve is right around the corner, and time is of the essence. According to my sources, Shadow has escaped his prison, but judging from the fact that we're all still here and not overrun by monsters and the undead, it's safe to assume that he's not at his full power. I can't say for sure, believe it or not, this hasn't happened before. But it's safe to imagine that being trapped for 10,000 years or so has weakened him. He'll need his weapon before he can regain his full power, I expect. He'd prefer to have all 4 parts, but any one part in his hand would spell disaster. The good news is that I have a pretty good idea of where to find at least one other item. At this point in time, the kettle whistles and Hathor fishes a tin out of the back of her cupboard. She brings tea over for everyone, and the physician looks up and accepts the cup with both hands. Ah, you remembered that you bring your own tea? Yes, that's really weird. You know, my tea is perfectly fine. Yes, yes. And he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a tea bag. If everyone can give me a perception check.
Perception. Got nice metal dice today.
Wow. I only got 11. I have a +9 in perception. I only got 11.
What was up with this? Let's see. Perception. Yeah, that's a 9.
And Elisard got an 11. What did you get, Sathari?
15.
Okay, so Elisard and Sathari, you notice that on the tag on his little tea bag, there is a little piece of artwork that is a T and an L intertwined on the tag of the deep tea bag just as he dunks it into his cup. And he says, "Is Alster a good man? No, but he makes the best damn tea I've tasted in any of the plains I've visited." And he stirs his tea with his finger and takes a long sip.
He's drinking tea leaf tea.
Tea leaf tea.
Is that spiked with anything?
I would also like to point out at this time, we did also receive another $10 donation.
Yeah.
Woo! Hype. So our current Kobold Union counter is at 2.
Uh-oh.
But this anonymous donator also says, please get that poor man out of that nutshell. It looks very cramped.
Love it.
So thank you again. Thank you guys so much. Keep them coming, guys. Keep them coming.
So he's just going to drink his tea and let you guys.
Well, about to say, like, at this point, I'm like, I've been like fiddling with, because I've still got like, I think it's like Elisard's cloak, and then probably like Sathari's like wrapped around my waist as like a nice fetching hip scarf, but I'm just like, excuse me. I mean, I know this is all very important, but I know Vil Duramore is a little looser about running around in your skivvies, but you mind if I just pop down to the tailor real quick?
Hathor is going to be like, "Oh yes, there was just a lot to think about," and invite you in, and essentially you can she's magic.
Do I get to raid her closet?
Yeah, she's magic. Her clothes are magic. You can,
nice. You'll see me just over there, like halfway in the trunk, like just tossing things out until I find something that's suitable for a tiefling.
Some of her vests have holes in the back for her wings, but you can mending cantrip that, no problem, or she can.
No, it's fine. I like it a bit distressed.
Little room, yeah. For swinging.
I'll get
weapons.
I'll get like a really nice like back tattoo at some point, right? and I'll be able to show it off.
Sathari gets up off the love seat that he's sitting on, still clutching his cup tightly, and takes a step towards Hathor, but then sits back down.
So as Isa comes out looking fabulous,
I'll feel better.
Yes.
You
the
look
physician.
Could I have my cloak back?
Yes, here you go.
Thank you. Oh, good. I felt naked without it. Oh, well, you should know. Yes.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
If you weren't here for the Midsummer Tournament, Isa drew from the many deck of things and lost all of their worldly possessions, including their clothes.
Everything except my magic items. So at some point, I'll probably also need to pop down to the general store and get myself a new pack.
The physician finishes his tea, puts his teacup down. He says, "Ah, yes, the item. I have located the Veil of Shadows, but for reasons I won't get into, I can't retrieve it myself. It's currently on the island of Saint Madar." And
Saint
there's a knock on
The island.
Madar with an M.
Nadam.
Well, it's in. I can't do a French word in an English accent. It's Saint Madar.
Saint Madam.
Madar. And there is a knock on the door. What was that? Hathor, looking very confused, glances at the physician, who snaps his fingers before she can even get up. The door opens to reveal a figure standing in the corridor. Connor, would you describe your character for us?
Yes, so hi.
Yay!
Yay! I'm here. So coming into the room, you guys see a very tall, lanky tabaxi. Not mirrored off of any kind of cat that you guys have probably ever seen before, but for all of us, it's a fishing cat.
Cat.
And they're decked in normal, like adventurer's clothes, bow strapped to the back, all kinds of stuff.
Great. Frostfall here is going to be very helpful on this particular expedition and has been kind enough to clear his calendar for me.
Oh, well, welcome, Frostfall. I'm Elisard. This is Isa and Sathari, and unfortunately, one of our other party isn't here, but certainly you're welcome to join us.
It is nice to meet you all.
So as I'm
immediately gonna, as the physician, starts rambling on about the new mission, right? I'm immediately prestidigitating a red dot.
Oh, be nice. Nice. Frostfall's too cool. He won't fall for the red dot.
I kind of watch the red dot, but very pointedly not moving to go after it. But you kind of see my eyes kind of dilate.
So Saint Madar is an interesting place. Duke Montmorency set up a place there after he was ostracized from his duchy by King Leopold 50 or so years ago. He got into massive debts and the king forced him out. But so he took whatever valuables he had left and settled on that swamp of an island. He's got a big manor house there, and the place is known to nobility as a place where you can go if you need to lie low for a while, or like to participate in acts which the people in the crown might frown upon. Not anything too dark, mind you, just lots of very loud, very ostentatious parties at all hours of the day and night. They keep to themselves and really only come ashore to get supplies or bother the town folk once a week or so. As far as I can track it, this is the last place anybody saw the Veil of Shadows. Nobody has left the island in months, and the servant who orders and delivers the supplies hasn't been seen in weeks. Something is amiss. I have no idea what you lot will be walking into, but I doubt that it's sugar biscuits and rainbows. You need to find the veil and retrieve it. And he pauses for a moment, sipping his tea quietly before snapping his fingers again, and a tray of beautiful and mouth-watering sugar cookies appear on the table. Please, help yourself.
Oh, lovely. Oh, I love that. Yes, sugar cookies are fantastic. So you said this island is a swamp?
Oh, yes, it's off the coast of the Southern Kingdom. So it's an island, it's a swamp, it's a swampy island.
Are there any ogres?
Currently, no, it's a rather small island.
All right, we need to introduce one.
Good. No ogres.
Does he have a donkey?
I did hear one about a story about one once that lived on that on the island with a donkey, but no.
About how long will it take us to get there?
Oh, no time at all, my lad. Have you met me? How long did it take you to get into the Feywild?
But I have to say, I mean,
I can't remember.
With Roger here, he can snap his fingers, right, and then off we pop.
Oh, that's wizard. Yeah, that's
Not bad for just a doctor.
Right.
Speaking of which, and he's going to snap his fingers again. And Elisard, you don't get the details of your memories, but you do get a general idea that these guys are your friends and that you're trying to save the world.
Whoa.
Elisard?
I just remembered who you are.
You remember us?
I do.
Great.
Hey, Safari, you're fantastic. Oh my God.
You're
I love you. I
fantastic.
miss you so much. And Isa, it's you.
And do you remember Frostfall over here?
I don't. Well, from a few minutes ago. Yes. Frostfall.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And where's we have a little dwarven guy?
No.
Okay.
Like I said, Alvaro is on his own mission trying to solve my problem of the Shadow Plague.
Oh, Alvaro, yeah.
He's short. That's short. I didn't know that was short.
Tis a halfling, love. Quite
Oh,
small.
he's halfling. I thought he was dwarf.
I thought it was just me. I was just really tall. And he was normal size.
Right. Please,
Well,
you know,
have a
so a
biscuit.
little
I'm a
bit-
snooty
bit of
ladrin. If you're
column A,
under
little bit
5
of
foot, you're all
column B.
dwarf or halfling. I don't know.
Please, everybody, please have a biscuit. I can't. These they're delicious, super important that you eat a biscuit.
Yes, yes.
Also,
I'll
I
have a
remember
biscuit.
the muffins from last time, and those were pretty good.
Yeah.
Elisard,
Similar situation.
Elisard, do you
Go
remember
on.
the 10 gold you owe me?
Sure.
Just kidding, I'm
Here's
just
10
kidding.
gold. You know,
I shove a biscuit in my mouth.
Safari's a lot like Zonimus all of a sudden.
I was influenced.
Essentially, the sugar cookies give you a long rest because you guys haven't long rested since the
Oh.
midsummer tournament.
Oh,
Whoops.
yes.
So, because I assumed when you leveled up your characters that you did all of that, this was my way of working it in mechanically, so no one got any of the
Fantastic.
comments.
It works.
Yeah.
I'm buying
Don't
it.
at us.
Well, just anything else I can do for you before you go?
Isa, did you want to go down to the shop and actually buy a pack and stuff?
Yeah,
You
but I
do
need to
seem a
go.
little underprepared.
Well, Kitty Cat, I just came back from a quality experience. Lost everything, but I got about 50,000 gold for losing everything. So
Now that I think about it, I might have something in the Lost and Found, and Hathor's going to go look. And for the sake of time, we're going to say that she has an adventurer's pack in the Lost and Found with everything that you're going
I
to
was
buy.
running a new
Very
Dungeoneers
convenient.
Yay!
pack.
Isaac gets a new Dungeoneers pack from the Lost and Found. It was probably
Sweet.
Joe's.
That means I don't have to pay money. That
Yeah.
means I still maintain 50,000 gold.
Even better.
There you go. So she brings that up to you. And the physician will kind of look you all over and be like, well, if there's nothing else, may I invite you in? And he kind of stands next to the door of the lavatory and motions for you guys to enter the very small
Yes.
bathroom.
Yes.
Wings folded in.
So once you're all crowded in this like phone booth sized, just a toilet and a sink bathroom, he's going to shut the door, and then from the other side of the door, he's going, remember, you've got those coins. If you rub them, then I'll know that you're ready to come home and I can just snap you back. But I will not be able to talk to you while you're on the island. The reception is just horrible. It's just grisly. So have a good time. Don't die if you can avoid it. And I will see you soon. And he knocks on the door. And then everything is kind of quiet. You're in the bathroom.
So
I'm sitting on top of the sink.
this is worse than the awkward crowded elevator.
Yeah.
You definitely
really know
don't
where
talk to
look.
people when they're
Yeah.
in the bathroom.
Does he send you in here often?
Yeah, well, this is where we go other
First
places.
time.
This is
Oh.
where I do my best thinking.
Yeah. And I'm gonna pull out my lute and start playing a song. And
You have to kind of hold it like this.
I'm going to
it's
avoid
very close. Very
Tiny desk concert, but in the lavatory.
I'm going to avoid telling the tabaxi to not drink out of the toilet. Bad cat.
I don't do that. Most tabaxis don't do that. We're not actual small cats.
Oh,
Right, so I'm just gonna like
wait,
jiggle the door handle.
Before you open the door, your coin in your pocket, Isa, because you have a new coin. It's a magical item, so it didn't disappear.
Yeah, that's my magic item didn't disappear.
It gets hot.
Well, what in the 9Ls?
Before you open the door, and the little face on the coin, his little lips move. It's adorable. I almost forgot. Isa, you may want to look a little less tiefling in this situation. I don't know. I know that you're always like down with the man. They should accept me for who I am. But it's really going to just be better for everybody if you just, because I know you can do that. Thank you, love. And the face goes still again.
All staring at Isa. Do you want my waist scarf back?
No, I'm fine. Don't need it.
Okay.
How is she going to look a little less tiefling?
So
I'm curious about this as well.
So you see Isa, and she takes her hands, she's kind of rubbing them together, warming up magical energy before she lifts them above her head and just very slowly down the face, down the torso, gestures towards her feet. And as she does this, you see the magical energy flow from the head down as she uses the Mask of Many Faces. And so instead of a blue-skinned tiefling, you see a somewhat attractive human woman. Bright icy blue eyes instead of her usual green. But she just kind of crosses her arms and just looks at you all awkwardly. The horns are gone. Skin tone is, just a pale human flesh. You don't see her tail, but you can still kind of feel it like thump against you. But yeah, she just kind of stands there. Is like, so let's go.
Oh,
so Thari's gonna reach out for the horns very slowly.
Whop! You could still like getting close to it. You could actually still like feel them as if they're there, because she can't make them go away, but she can hide them.
That was fantastic.
I need to do that with my wings.
Yeah, it's whatever. Let's just go.
All right.
You're beautiful.
Yeah.
All the time. This or that. It doesn't matter.
Let's just go. Let's go. I don't want to talk about it. Let's go.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Yes, we should go. Yes.
I'll reach over to the door to the loo and stick my head out and go, Roger?
So if you open the lavatory door expecting to see Hather's small, cozy apartment, what you get is definitely not that. The first thing you notice is the absolutely stifling humidity. Ahead, you can see a wooden dock that stretches forward a ways before hitting solid ground. There's a footpath that leads to the right where a small windowless cottage rests, a few shingles missing, but otherwise a sturdy structure. The footpath continues forward toward the towering trees. The shore to either side of the dock is choked with mangroves that seem determined to take the dock soon as well, the green, murky water swirling in eddies around the roots. The high-pitched whine of cicadas is ever present, and you almost miss the chill of Ville de l'Amour. The clouds above you look heavy with rain, and although autumn is in full swing in the northern cities, it's clear that you're in the perpetually warm swamps and bayous of the southern kingdoms.
Oh. I don't think we're dressed for this.
Well, technically, you would have been dressed for the Midsummer tournament.
Yeah, but midsummer in the Feywild.
It's very temperate.
Nice. This is very
This is sticky.
Humidity and linen, that's okay.
Yeah, very, very it's like breathing underwater. It's like August in Oklahoma. This is Yeah.
This reminds me of the cow. I don't remember that place very well. It's hot there though.
Oh, but see, that's a dry heat. I'm not a character though.
It's dry heat out in the
It's
cold.
different.
out in the coal ban, you know. Or at least that's what I've heard from, you know, cousin of mine.
Yeah.
What lives out that way.
No.
This must be the island of Madal.
It's canon.
Veda.
Word of God says.
Okay, so let's walk on out of the door and see what we can see here.
Open the door, get on the floor.
Once you close the door to the
dinosaur.
bathroom behind you, the door disappears. So
What if we have to go?
Oh yeah,
So
no, wait,
there's
now all of a sudden I really have to go to the bathroom.
there's a dog.
You lost
I
your
say
chance.
you're a boy, you know, you just go behind a
That's
bush,
true.
take a wee.
Yeah.
It's fine.
You've got this little path before you. It kind of veers to the right to go to this little sturdy building, and then it kind of goes forward into the trees, presumably towards the place you're supposed to go to find the Veil of Shadows.
All right, so let's follow on up this path and see if where it leads us. I think that's the sensible thing to do, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you know, follow. We're supposed to be looking for what, big fancy house.
Yeah.
That's obviously not it. As I point to the shack.
Well, you don't know.
So you guys are gonna head down the path towards the house.
Yes.
Okay. So past the storehouse, a muddy gravel trail leads from the port to Thresher Manor, approximately 2 miles away. The path cuts through swampy, forested terrain. And if you want to give me a nature or a survival check, I might have more information for you.
Okay, I'll do a
Survival.
survival.
Oh, about to say, what's your favorite terrains there, kitty cat?
Not swamp.
Not swamp.
Oh, all right. Just checking.
19.
Just
What's
checking.
new, pussycat? Whoa,
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 whoa.
Whoa.
I didn't make y'all a tabaxi for y'all to be doing this. Or
Too late.
did I?
And for a $5 donation to Extra Life, we'll never sing again.
Just a
So-
$5?
No, man. You know, if you're gonna stop us from singing, then no, it's got to be at least $100. Like,
Yeah.
I'm a bard. I break out into song anytime I can.
Yeah.
Why did I roll
Right.
stealth? I didn't mean to roll stealth. Why did I
Right.
roll stealth. I clicked the wrong.
Elisard got a high roll, I think.
Yeah,
Can
19.
I beg somebody for a $1 reroll? Because I don't like what I rolled.
It's okay. This one's not super important. Elisard can
I
share
know
with the
it's
class.
stupid
Yeah.
check.
I only
but-
got an 11.
So Elisard, you identify the soft wetlands of the road as potentially dangerous.
Uh-oh.
And likely
Uh-oh.
home of sinkholes, serpents, alligators, and disease-ridden insects. So essentially, you get the idea that you should stay on the road and not go wandering.
Don't leave the path.
So, so Kiri, I have to announce, so somebody, somebody
No.
just bought a wild magic surge.
Yay.
So I assume one of you
Mr.
had that
Mr.
table.
Bullock,
Oh,
excuse
Oh.
me, we're gonna have a talk tomorrow during recording day. But yes, yes, Brooke just purchased a wild magic surge. So who wants to roll on the wild magic table?
I don't have
Do
it pulled up.
do we roll now or whenever we cast a spell?
I have it pulled up.
Our next
If
spell that
someone
we
Go for it.
cast.
rolls.
I think it happens
just
is whenever-
tonight.
Yeah.
Go for it. Roll it.
Okay. We'll get one.
I've got it pulled up.
Somebody just tell me what it is.
They
Okay,
don't get to pick
what do we roll?
who gets it.
Who rolled?
Connor,
D20 or D100.
D100
I'm gonna say
Okay.
I can.
percentile.
Okay.
I'll
I'm gonna
roll it.
say-
Do it.
87.
87. Okay.
Oh.
You cast fly on a random creature.
Me.
Hold on. I'll roll a D4 and we'll see. Unless Mr. Bullock wants to get in the chat and tell us who he wants to fly. Well, now I can't find any more. Nope. That's a D6.
Oh my gosh, Hal, I haven't thought about Mike the liar. Too much magic can be dangerous.
Okay.
Mike once had 2 spells and burned his sweet roll.
Isa 1, Elisar 2, Sathari 3, Frostfall 4.
Okay.
We got a 2, so that's Elisar.
Dun, 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 dun,
Just all of a sudden behind us, just Elisar just starts.
Elisar, no, you get this idea that you should stay on the path. It'd be very dangerous to go off the path, and you're thinking about I don't want to get stuck in this swamp, and you just off the ground a little bit.
So Tharia thinks, what a great idea. And he sprouts his wings and comes up behind Elisard and goes, on your left.
I can fly. This is what it's like, Sathari. This is fantastic.
This is
I
it.
want to
I'm
do this
so
forever.
glad you get to experience this.
Think of a
Yay.
happy thought.
Try doing this.
I can fly. I can
spin.
fly. I can fly. I can fly.
Isa, if you're next to Frostfall, as they're looking up at these 2 people flying, you hear like a soft little like chittering noises.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
this is fantastic. Hey,
So Tharia grabs Elisard's hands and we start spinning around like synchronized swimming in the air and stuff.
I can show you the world.
Dude, hold your hands
Shine
out like
in
this
the
and I'll get behind you and then yell like King of the World. And
we could do the Superman Lois Lane moment. Can you read my mind?
I was thinking, let me be your wings.
Let me be your only love.
Listen, I'm here. I'm in the Thumbelina fandom. I'm here for it.
We
so-
love and support Don Bluth in this household.
Always.
Oh gods, it evokes
Yes,
show
no.
tunes. What have I done?
How long does the fly spell last? Isn't it
Like
like an
forever.
hour?
10 minutes.
Oh, 10 minutes.
minutes.
Yeah, I
Okay.
just looked it up in the book. Just 10 minutes. So for 10
That's not long
minutes.
enough.
Well, the good news
Oh.
is you have a 2-mile walk to this house. And so you're still flying, right? How long does
Yeah.
it take to walk a mile in D&D?
It takes about 10 minutes.
Oh.
Oh, to walk 1 mile?
Yeah, because I mean
Okay.
about 5 miles an hour.
So, to walk the 2. So as you guys are getting close to the house, it peters out.
I'll catch you.
Hey, Isa, look, I can fly. I can.
Yeah.
I got you.
Before you fall, you pull a sign out from behind your back that says "Mommy." A Wile E. Coyote moment.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
So
say,
ahead of you-
Elisard, can't you do that whole like Eladrin steppy thingy?
Yeah.
You could.
Yeah, but I didn't want to waste it.
You weren't flying that
Plus,
high. It's
plus,
fine.
Plus, this was funny.
So ahead of you looms the impressive Thresher Manor, a substantial 2-story manor house built with what appears to be imported stone. The manor house is certainly one of the most finely crafted homes in all of the Southern Kingdoms. A rusty wrought iron fence surrounds the manor, although a thick-trunked willow seems to have toppled over and bent part of the fence as it grew. The path leads through the fence, which is open to the porch and the front door of the manor. Before you approach, would anyone like to roll anything? Perception, investigation, history?
Well, first of all,
But
I
how
do
long has
have-
it taken us to walk here from the outhouse?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay. Let me know, because my disguise only lasts about an hour. So,
I almost
have
and
to
also just
have to keep
to
an
let you
eye
know
on
that
that.
I have a 19 passive perception.
wonderful.
So just in case.
fancy.
I have a 17 passive, but I'll roll if I have to.
I mean,
you
we're
want me
here
to?
to roll dice, aren't we?
Yeah,
True
I
that.
wanna,
Oh,
think that's a
I
good idea.
created for a 27.
Okay, so your
Oh.
kitty cat eyes. Near the tree. So you guys are kind of near this tree where this tree has fallen on the fence. You notice in the tree a wooden placard with a rope attached to it tangled in the upper branches. You think you probably could climb to it if you wanted to grab it, but you see it there. It exists.
Do you need a
Okay.
boost?
I do need to update our kobold minion, our kobold union counter.
Yay.
So
We're
the
amassing.
wonderful,
Oh
yes,
no.
the wonderful Mithrax the Necromancer. Welcome,
Mithrax!
Mithrax. Welcome to the kobold union. Thank you so much
Yes.
for your donation.
Yay, Mithrax.
Okay, you
Um,
said there's a placard in the tree.
there is a placard in the tree, and I will tell you that the athletics, acrobatics, either one, the DC's super low. It's
I
just a tree.
think
You're
as
a
a-
cat.
Yeah, I have
cat.
a tabaxi. I have a climbing speed.
Yeah, plus I'm pretty sure that you get a climbing speed equal to
Yeah.
walking speed.
Uh-huh.
'Cause you
So
got
you
the
can
So-
do
claws.
just climb right up.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So you could
Yeah.
just, if you wanted to climb up this tree and get it, you could just get it. I won't even make you roll if you don't want to.
Okay, yeah, I'll go
Um,
ahead and grab it.
So you retrieve the wooden placard that has like a rope on it. So it looks like it was supposed to hang on somebody's door or like
Mhm.
around somebody's neck or something. And it says vile backstabber on it.
Okay, so I'll
While-
climb back down and present my.
Sounds a bit
present.
like my other cousin.
Oh no.
Vile what?
Backstabber.
Oh, backstabber.
Vile backstabber.
Something interesting happened here.
Oh, what was it doing in the tree?
Me
I
wonders
don't
if
know.
it was. Me wonders if it was left behind when someone was set to ang.
Well, maybe the tree could be like the vile backstabber.
The
Yes.
tree
It's
tree
a-
itself.
Hey,
Now,
so-
it is the tree that fell on the fence. So
yeah, in the Feywild, we do actually have trees that can stab you in the back. It's and throw apples at your head.
Maybe
Yeah,
a
well,
storm blew it
sure.
up there.
Oh, that's possible.
We're on an island. It could have been a tsunami.
It could have been.
A hurricane.
So as you approach the porch,
Yes.
you notice a sharp snouted alligator laying about 15 feet away from you to the left of the steps of the large wraps around porch. So you've got this wide path is probably 10 feet wide, and with the steps leading up to the door, which is also 10 feet wide. It's a big, huge double door. We've got wraparound porch, and about 15 feet off to your left is an alligator, and that alligator is chewing on a piece of unidentifiable meat.
So how much do we have to pay to get that alligator to have little golden horns? Asking for a friend.
Yes.
$50 donation.
I mean, this isn't
Alligator
the only.
looking.
Yep. So the alligator stares coldly at you with eyes that seem too calculating and intelligent for a mere reptile. And all of your passive perceptions are high enough that you can see around the neck of the beast is another placard that looks like the one you found in the tree. This one's like awkwardly tied around its neck, and it says ignoble and stupid.
Well, that's
Oh, poor baby. Who called you stupid? Who hurt you?
So as you guys climb the steps, the rain which had threatened you at the dock begins with a light drizzle that doesn't quite seem to cool the air, but does give the manor an enclosed feeling, as if the world outside were much farther away than it seemed before. The manor door is a massive piece of artwork, 10 feet tall at least, and clearly crafted from imported wood. There are beautiful and intricate carvings covering the surface, cherubs and angels fighting a war against infernal demons and devils. And I say you get the idea that this is probably why the physician told you.
Oh, yeah. I was wondering why I had to change, but the cat was perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Now it's
lar-
starting to make sense.
A large brass plaque is mounted above the door, which reads "Do ut des" in Latin. And do any of you guys just passively know Latin, just as human beings and not as characters?
What was
I
it?
know
What
pig
was it?
Latin.
Say again?
Depends on the word.
Do ut des. It just translates to "I give so that you may give."
Okay.
Oh.
And if anyone wants to give me a history or a religion, then I can tell you some significance, maybe.
I have
of-
proficiency in history.
But say while everybody is rolling, I would like to thank our anonymous donator who is going to be the first person to receive one of our awesome Red Dirt Care packages.
Yeah.
Seeing what goes into those packages, they're good.
Yeah, so there
just
are
for-
24 care packages remaining. Claim them
Yeah.
now.
Explain what those care packages are again, Ash.
Yeah, so the care packages, you will receive the Red Dirt Care Package, which will have a smattering of our merchandise, which includes all of our amazing stickers designed by our very own Connor, the head of the Kobold Union, as the literal merch kobold of Red Dirt D&D. And I may or may not be talking him into creating a exclusive Extra Life 2021 design. So there'll be an exclusive can only get it through the care package design for Extra Life donors. But yeah, it'll include a whole bunch of fun stuff. We will include some of our amazing postcards, amazing stickers, our buttons. So it's a fantastic value for a $25 donation. So, like I said, there are 24 of those remaining. So snatch
those up while you can.
Snatch them while you can. Because after today, you gotta pay individually like the rest of the plebes.
That's right.
So history or religion checks. How
I got
did
a
we
14.
do?
I got a 14 on
14.
my history check.
Sathari, you're muted, my guy.
For religion, I got a 15.
I rolled a 1 on my religion check. Of course I did.
You said a 15, Isa?
Yeah.
It rings a bell, but you can't quite remember. You can't quite remember. If someone wanted to donate a dollar,
Is there someone out there? Somebody in the chat.
It's really sad that our angel rolled a 1.
It's really sad.
Our cleric angel
rolled a 1 on a religion check.
Well, actually, yeah. If not, how about if I give you a little bit of? I sing a song to Isa. And,
Listening.
And
to me or to Sathari?
Who has the higher history check?
Or religion.
Or religion.
4.
I actually have a +4 to my religion.
Oh, because I have a +4.
So I got a 15. I got a 15 on the roll.
So,
Oh.
Alvaro's helping.
Yes.
Alvaro's helping from the great beyond.
Somewhere in the back of your mind, Sathari.
So if you're going to re-roll, then I'm going to sing a song saying how wonderful Isa is and how fantastic, and you know all your stuff, and it's all fantastic, and you will do so great. And I spend a bardic inspiration, and you get a D10. Bardic inspiration on that. Yep.
Whoa.
What?
Your bardic inspiration is powerful now.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's the
You guys are level 10.
and the religion roll.
So Sathari, in the back
So
of
it
your
is a
mind,
grand total of 25.
Yay!
Wow.
So in the back
Yay.
of when you first look at it, you're like, I can't do this. I miss Alvaro. And then in the back of your mind, you get this feeling that he misses you too a little bit. He wishes you were with him on his mission. And so this time you look at it again and you recognize the Latin phrase that ancient peoples use during divine sacrifices. I give so that you may give. So there you go. You figured it out.
All right.
I think
And then we do also have one more anonymous member of the Kobold Union. So we're up to what?
Yay.
Four kobolds.
4 kobolds.
You're on your way to look 2
That's 1
orcs
and
in
1/3
the eye.
orcs.
I was gonna say we filled 1 trench coat.
Mhm.
And we've got 1
1.3
started.
orcs. So
Oh, boy.
Is this
I
alligator
think
doing anything once we?
it doesn't seem to, as long as you aren't aggressive towards it, it seems content to just chew on his lunch.
I would like to give him some jerky.
Are you going to hand it to him or just kind of throw it in his direction?
I will like pull it out and like see that he notices it and like toss it
Yeah.
towards him. Do that, crocodile wrangling thing where you hold it above the mouth and you wait for them to open it and then like toss it.
Oh yeah, you go,
He,
Captain Hook.
He doesn't go for it immediately. He seems to have his mouth full, but like I said, he has very intelligent eyes. You can be like he like says, yeah, that'll be good when I'm done. That's a good like palate cleanser.
It's a nice little dessert there for you, mate.
Yeah. So you've got a big door.
Yes. So should we knock or should we just? Well, I guess we should knock. Yeah, that's a good thing to do. Is there a knocker?
There's not.
Oh.
But saying we also need to welcome Gimme the Hungry Cat to the Kobold Union.
Gimme!
Yay!
I do enjoy watching this kitty cat snooze in the back of Connor's thing.
That's actually my cat, Inquisitor.
Yeah.
He only has 3 legs.
Oh, it's tripod.
Yeah.
That's my little tripod. Him a snooze.
It's so odd. I know so many people with 3-legged cats.
Okay, so disappointed there are no knockers.
Elisard loves a set of big knockers.
That's right. Look at those knockers.
Huge.
I never got my beer from Hathor.
She gave you tea.
I'm very reminded of that.
She gave you tea. It was the morning,
It's not the
or I
same.
guess there was the bar was full, so she couldn't give you a beer, but it's okay.
Well, then I'll just knock on the door.
That makes you the knocker.
I am the knocker.
And what a big knocker you are.
I am the one who knocks.
Okay, so you knock on the door.
I don't knock on Death's door. I ring the doorbell and then I run away. He hates that.
Nothing happens.
All right. Well, after a time, is the door locked?
It's not.
Oh, okay, good. Because the one person that picks our locks is not here.
Yeah, I thought about that putting this together, and I was like, this is a lot of thieves' tools checks for them to not have their rogue with them, but okay.
I mean, I technically do have proficiency in thieves' tools, and I think I had a set at one point, but
Search around in your new bag.
Just give me a D20 luck check to see if there's a set of lock picks in there. Let's say 1 through 10, no. 11 through 20, yes.
okay. Let's see what we get. Dang it! It's a 3.
Oh,
Chat,
tools.
please.
They do really need thieves' tools.
I
promise it will
need
be
some
important
thieves'
later.
tools.
I'm running a bar
anybody.
without thieves' tools. How do I have a bar
We'll
without
put a
thieves'
pin
tools?
in that and see if someone sends you a reroll.
Somebody send Isa a care package of thieves' tools.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
That's what you need is a care package.
Yeah, that's what I pictured it like in the Hunger Games.
Yeah.
Just like the silver parachute
Yeah.
comes down and it's a set of thieves' tools.
from the
It even
Nice.
drops in the middle of the house somehow.
Or you could do like Link from Zelda, where you just reach up and all of a sudden it's there.
Da, da, da.
With these tools.
Yeah.
Brooke, do you got me?
It looks like Alvaro. So you're digging around, you can't find it, and you think of Alvaro, and you think, I should look in my jacket pocket. And sure enough, there's one in your jacket pocket.
Ah, that's right.
It says "with love" from Alvaro. He must have snuck it into Hathor's coat at some point in time.
I'll pick the raw vest. Thank you. I love you.
So you have those.
But the door wasn't locked.
The door is not locked.
Should we check it for traps?
I mean, you can.
You wanna
That would
check
be
it
an
for traps?
investigation. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll check it for traps. I'm not good with investigation. But
I believe in you, though.
Oh, well,
Guidance.
unfortunately.
Well, there you go. So Elisard, you can add a D4 because Sathari gave you guidance.
Oh, well, let's see if we can do something with that D4. Do. 9.
Well, even with a 9, it's just his front door. It's not trapped.
Okay, good. So let's go and walk on in.
Okay, so let me turn my page. Okay, the door, although heavy, opens soundlessly. You enter into the lavish entryway, clearly designed to impress guests. Mirrors, portraits, and gold filigree adorn the walls to create a look of order and symmetry, and the polished parquet floors gleam to a pearlescent shine. It's clear that much thought and attention was paid to every detail. A grand marble staircase winds upward to the east, which is on your left. From here, and great doors to the south allow access to what appears to be an extravagant 2-story dining hall. Are you guys making faces at me when I'm not looking?
Hal, I'm dying. For only $1, you can help this poor starving tiefling.
Adorable.
Yeah.
A smallish man in shirt sleeves and a white apron splattered in blood approaches the door, wiping his hands on his apron. As he approaches, you notice that his shirt is a little rumpled and his white shirt is yellow with sweat around the neck and arms. He says, "Hello, I apologize for the unattended door. It seems that Mr. Furman is indisposed. I am Mr. Trudeau, head of staff. Welcome to Thrusham Manor. Is Count Murgard expecting you?"
Mr. Trudeau, no, it is, I don't think anyone's actually expecting us. In fact, we weren't certain if who we would find here. So, but certainly if you could tell the master of the house that we are here. My name is Elisard. We have Isis, Athari, and Frostfall, and here for a visit.
Oh, I don't. He already knows. If you're here, he knows. So
fantastic. Well, that's very useful. In which case, yes, please show us to the master of the house.
Oh, Count Magard would make himself known. See there? The accent changed. Count Magard will make himself known when he deems the time appropriate. May I take, although he is not expecting you, he always accepts guests. Can I take your bags?
So, I do just have to announce.
That's Frostfall.
I do just happen to announce we just got our first limited cosmic power donation. Give me just a moment. I think I actually have to download the donor report to see the comments. We'll see who this is for. We might save that for later, but
Mithrax.
You have it in your bank.
It's in the bank.
I say you should have it in your bank that you can cast before the game's up. That sounds good.
So funny.
That was the intent.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, I'm just looking at 7th level spells. There's some great spells in here.
Oh no.
Okay, actually, yeah. So we have a couple things to announce. So, oh wow. Okay, so Elisard, you have limited cosmic power.
Oh my god.
Yes. So before the end of the game, today before the end of the game, you get to cast one free 7th level spell.
Oh
Pick
my
a good
gosh.
one.
Wow.
Don't pick a good one. Pick a super unhelpful one.
I put a list in our Discord.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. This is great.
Yeah, and then also for the next 10 minutes, Elisard, you have to change your accent.
You're welcome.
Zonimus, what accent? What voice do you want him to do?
He can do whatever he wants.
Whatever he
Just
wants.
completely different. It has to be completely
If
different.
you want me to change my accent, no problem. Mate, Elisard can
That's
talk
where we're
like
going.
however you
We're
want.
going
All
for
right?
Joe
That's
Pesci.
no problem.
Joe
No
Pesci.
problem. Elisard
You
is
think
here
I'm
for
funny?
you. Okay?
You think I'm funny? You think I'm a clown? Do I
Hey, I'm
amuse you?
talking here. I'm talking
All right,
here. All right.
do it.
All right. You talking to me? All right. You
10 minutes starting now.
All right.
Oh my
You're
God.
talking, but I don't
All right.
hear what you're saying.
What's the master's guys? What's the count guy's name here?
Oh, Count Magard.
Count Magard. Well, tell Count Magard that we're all here. And,
He already knows. I thought we just covered this.
Oh yeah. Well, I changed my accent, so now I've forgotten. Where can we go while we're waiting for Count Massad?
Please make yourself at home. The hearth room is the first door on the left through the dining room. And he points through the large open doors of the sumptuous decorated dining room. Wine will be served for the guest in about an hour, and dinner is served promptly at 7. And we usually dress for dinner, although I'm sure Count Magard would make an exception. As he kind of like looks you over up and down. And he is just going to turn and head back to towards what you can assume is the kitchen. Like it's kind of in the back.
What does he
All
mean
right,
dress for dinner? Do rich people usually have dinner without getting dressed?
I I think they're supposed to look all fancy and stuff. But
Alvaro is
we're
missing
not for
out.
that. So what
Well, you know, that's a problem when you've only got one set of clothes.
that's yeah. And I was gonna say, Isa got dressed just to come here. So, well, what are you gonna do there?
You're right.
Uh-oh. So Zani, Basse,
Yes.
you are now required to change your voice for the next 10 minutes.
All right.
Surfer dude, bro.
Right on, yo. I'm gonna get dressed for dinner anyway because it's gonna be like really breezy and it's probably like unsanitary. Yeah.
We're still standing in the doorway. We're never making it through this house before.
So how about we go into the lounge area and make ourselves a couple drinks? I know I could use a shot of whiskey or something.
Well, hold on. Let's see if this works. So, guys, hold on. We're going for a ride. I have a map. I'm gonna share my screen. We'll see.
Okay.
If it
Okay.
works.
All right, we'll catch that wave, baby doll. Just put it up there. I'm ready.
All right, hold on tight. Hold on tight. The world's about to shift.
Whoa.
Oh my god!
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
What?
Oh wow.
So you guys
Nice.
came in the entrance up here. There is the staircase that went up. The Mr. Trudeau. Let me look at my map. Hold on. My secret map. Mr. Trudeau kind of disappeared into this doorway, kind of behind the stairs, headed back towards these rooms. And he pointed you into the dining room, which is to the south, that big room to the south. And he said the hearth room would be the first door on the left, if that's where you're planning on going. But there's nobody really stopping you from going wherever you want.
Oh, I think the hearth room sounds good. Let's head on to that direction.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay.
My
Hold on. I'm putting I guess do we want to leave the map up?
yeah, no, just leave it up.
Yeah.
Okay, we
Yeah,
can leave it up.
So that way
I
everyone
can't
kinda-
see you guys. But here. There you are. Okay. Figuring out Zoom. Okay, so let me I have post-it note tabs. Hold on. Bam, 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 bam,
I say,
bam,
if there's other doors, you know, my little kitten curiosity
But
is
there are
quite.
lots of other doors.
Elisar, bro, what do you think they're gonna have for Nosh, man? I could really go for some za.
I don't know. Well, I was thinking some pizza might be a great idea. Yeah, I'm all for that. You know, put a little anchovies on it, and you know, a little pepperoni, and we
bro.
got ourselves some really good food there.
Don't say pineapples, bro.
Why would I say pineapple? Pineapple.
I don't know where
Who
I
put
don't know where you're
pineapple on the
from.
pizza?
I don't know where you're from, man. They might like that there.
And then the little side of ranch. What are they thinking? Just have it like you just fold it up.
Right.
A good pizza. You got to fold it up into a half, and with the little grease right there in the middle. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Just shove that
What
in your
is
mouth.
this
It's
pizza you're
Yeah.
talking about?
So
You're doing
as,
it right.
as you enter the dining room, headed towards the hearth room, it's like I said, 2 stories tall. Above is a huge brass and crystal chandelier. There is a nice long table that seems to be set for the next meal. And then there are 2 doors on your left. Mr. Trudeau said the hearth room would be the first door on the left, but there are 2 doors.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a curious kitten and go to the second door on the left.
Okay, so you enter a room that is it's a little bit. When I say dark, I don't mean like the lights are off. I just mean like it's decorated very dark tones, very woody. Heavy writing desk sits in the corner of a room that has papers and inkwells and all that kind of stuff on there. You get the idea that this is the study essentially.
Ooh. Scurry on in.
Nice.
So yeah, you've got the you are on the map, the bottom right. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but the bottom right room.
Yeah, we can.
Okay,
so the bottom.
Yeah, that big kind of oblong, the square room, but with a lot of funny squiggles.
With a lot of funny walls, yeah.
Okay.
It kind of does like a wave on the wall, man.
Yeah.
Right on.
So you've got, like I said, you've got a writing desk, you've got a couple of bookshelves. And that's really, there's like a little couch and like a nice rug. It's very finely decorated, just like you would expect it to be, but there's nobody in here.
I start looking through the bookcases. I'm specifically looking for like naughty poetry.
In this room, it's mostly royal like history and like law here in the Southern Kingdoms. It seems that Duke Montmorency was probably trying to figure out what he could do to get back into King Leopold's favor or something.
Well, I'd like to check out the desk, see if there's any kind of special writing or something that might grab my attention.
So on top of the desk is a bunch of writing utensils and paraphernalia, but there's nothing really written down except maybe a grocery list or something. The desk does have 2 drawers.
Oh, well, let me investigate and see if those drawers are locked or
They
trapped.
are both. Do you want to look at locked or trapped?
Trapped.
Okay, so I need an investigation roll.
Good call, bro. You don't want to open that thing up and then boom, wipe out, you know?
15.
They're not trapped.
Right on.
All right.
But they are locked.
All right.
Mhm.
Hey, Isa, got some locked drawers over here. You might want to take a look at because who knows? Maybe there might be something in there that we could pique our interest or something.
Yeah. Well, locked drawers on a desk always pique me interest, mate. So yeah,
There's a top drawer and a bottom drawer.
I'm gonna scurry my way over, and I will start poking around the top drawer.
Okay.
And let's see what the dice say. I'm gonna go ahead and add in that that bardic inspiration that Elisard gave me earlier.
Yep, D10.
Well, then.
This is a very simple looking lock. The DC is pretty low.
Okay, well, it's so altogether, because I do have proficiency with thieves tools, so I get to add my proficiency bonus, which has gone up to full, so that's
Dex.
and then I get to add my dex too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so altogether, that's a 15.
Oh yeah, it pops. It pops right open. Simple lock. You hear Alvaro whisper in your ear, "Good job, mate." And it pops open. Inside, there's a sharp letter opener that if you want to pocket that, it's just going to be plain dagger stats. It's not magical in any.
Right down the front of the chest.
Hold your horses. I'm going to change the screen. Okay. Me. And then I'm going to hear
Whoa.
it again.
When I think about something, it sounds like this. Like
Oh,
my
yeah?
voice in my head is like this too.
In that drawer, there you also find a scribbled paper with this written on it. And that is GLASSYIALABOS.
How do you pronounce that?
It's a great question.
I think you pronounce it Glacialobos. That's the way we pronounce it back home.
Oh, glossy elbows. Right on. All right.
Glassy elbows, yes.
Glassy lalabos. Sounds dirty.
What
Yeah.
does it
Sorry, you're
mean?
so smart, bro.
Well, when back in the Feywild, when we all get together, we're the brain trust. Let me tell you, that's exactly what we do.
So, Connor.
Oh gosh.
This just came in. You're gonna have to do your best, like Alvin and the Chipmunks impression for the next 10 minutes.
No.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Okay.
My grandma's time is
And
Well, and
Elisard,
luckily,
bro.
so Elisard,
2 minutes is up.
your timer has just stopped for.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Oh.
You're stuck in it now.
I
What
think,
does
I
that
think,
mean?
I think Zonimus, you have like 1 minute left.
I got like 2 minutes
Got
left.
like 2 minutes left, man.
I was just thinking about how Hathor is such a Betty, you know?
So this is in
I've got 10 minutes.
full,
10 minutes on the clock for Connor.
10
so this was
minutes.
in the top drawer. There is
Yes.
another drawer
Oh,
that is also locked,
That's also locked.
but it looks like a
Isa,
stronger lock.
Do you want to try and get this one through?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Oh, guidance.
Sweet.
So, is there anything interesting on the bookshelves?
Just a lot of law
Balls.
books.
Well, so that's a 8, 9. That's an 11.
11 doesn't do it.
11. I'll jiggle it.
Now I will say, looking at it, you do get the idea. It's just a drawer. You could probably yank on it hard enough, and
Yeah.
but it would be
just-
clear that someone broke it.
Let's say it would be
Yeah.
clear. It would be pretty clear that we broke in, and me being me, I don't right think that, when we're in the ass of the enemy.
Right.
It's a
Well,
bad
if you
idea.
wanna,
It's a bad
if
idea.
you want to take a
Whoa.
few minutes to look at it while they're looking at other stuff, we could come back to it. Frostfall, I want
Yes.
you to
Yes.
give me an investigation
All right,
check,
here we go.
because you said you were looking at the bookshelves and stuff.
Oh,
Ooh.
bro, I can give you some guidance too if you want. Whoa, hello. Wow. Wait, let me think for a minute. Oh yeah, it sounds like me when I think too. Do you want some guidance? You got
Yes,
this,
please.
new friend. I stand right next to you while you do it.
What do I add to that?
A D4 for
Look
guidance.
forward.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I believe in you. You got this.
Oh,
I know you're new. I know you're new to the group, but don't be nervous.
It's just an 8.
Nothing.
Ah.
Sorry, nothing interesting. I said, do you want to try to pick the lock again?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Right, okay, that's much better. We're finally getting some of these bad rolls out of my dice. I don't know what's going on with them today, but they are spicy. So, 19.
19 will get it there.
Hurrah!
Okay, so that drawer pops open, and inside is a coin purse filled with a few dozen gold. And I'm gonna get back my screen. And the a bloody playing card
Ooh.
that seems to be a king of diamonds.
Bloody.
Ooh.
I'm adding that to my personal collection.
I wonder if they won the game.
And does anybody else want to do any other investigation things in here?
I would like to investigate the bookshelf if I could.
Go for it.
An 8.
Sorry, nothing.
I was looking along with Frostfall. We had yeah.
You found some really boring law books. They're just very dull.
I have no
Lot
use
of-
for books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But say
That's
it sounds a bit like the school class I have to take on Thursday nights now. It's all
Boring.
just here's how to learn legalese.
Well, let's. Why don't we go back to the
Hal, you are just cracking me up today. Hal in the comments, and a diary with an
Hal's
entry that
great.
says, "Everyone says I was daft to build a manor in the swamp, but I built it the same."
Just the same.
Sorry.
How is the best part of plausible deniability on Thursdays?
This is true.
that one fell into the swamp. The second one I built, it fell into the swamp. The third one burned down, fell over, and then fell into the swamp. But I built the
So-
fourth one, and that's what you're getting. The strongest manor
The
in
first
hell.
house we saw earlier was their first attempt.
That's what it was.
All right,
So-
something makes sense now. Right, so
if
do
you
we
go
want
back
to?
in. Sorry.
Yeah, let's go. Are there doors on
There's-
the right-hand side as well?
Yes,
this
so
room?
there's 2 in the dining room. There are 4 doors. You just went into the bottom right door.
Well, here's what I'm wondering, Elisard. Should we play it safe and go into the hearth room just to make sure our illustrious host is not, getting suspicious as to where we are, or should we continue our private tour of this lovely manor?
Well, you just say we had to use the loo.
Oh no, we go on and look at other stuff.
All right, this is fine. I don't care.
Yeah, let's go look at the bottom left.
Okay, let me look
Curious,
at my...
curious kitten our way on over.
Okay, so let me get this out just separate because I don't like having to flip back and forth. Main floor, room 9. Okay, so you're gonna open the door here, and this room has like little double doors, and this room is filled top to floor to ceiling with mahogany shelves with dozens upon dozens of colorful books. Most are written in common, but there are at least a few dwarvish, halfling, orcish, elvish, giant, even primordial. The books are primarily about philosophy, romance, and poetry, but there are a few more unusual books to be found as well.
Oh, now we've found the naughty stuff.
Anything in abyssal?
Not really.
Okay.
Or infernal?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Celestial?
Nah. Not that you can see on first glance anyway.
English?
Yeah, there's plenty in English. English, French, and Spanish mostly.
Yes. Well, I'd like to just investigate these books and see if there's anything of interest.
Yep, go for it.
10.
So a 10 is not high, but it will get you a couple of the unusual books. You've got some bestiaries of the southern jungles and journals that detail the conquest of the New World to the west, and books of shocking and scandalous illustrations.
I'll take those, thank you.
I'd like to take a look around for something else interesting.
Okay, give me an investigation.
Okay. An 11.
Yeah, sorry. Not good enough to find anything different. You find a book, one of those bestiaries is just cats.
Ooh.
I pocket it.
Very delicate cats.
Let's say got yourself some own little reading material, right?
Oh my goodness.
I'm not used to cats up on the surface. I need to learn more about them.
Yeah, learn. Mm-hmm.
I do appreciate that your Alvin and the Chipmunks voice just sounds like Connor.
Oops. I can't do accents, guys.
Sathari, I would love an investigation check from you specifically.
Okay.
Give yourself some guidance.
Yeah, I need to. So 17 plus 0 plus guidance. 20.
Okay,
Ooh,
so you find a book called The Lesser Key of Solomon that describes the 72 demons of hell and how to conjure them. And then if I could get an Arcana or a religion check, I can tell you what else you might know about this book or notice about the book.
Before I slam the drawer shut and forget I ever saw it, I roll a 16.
Wait a tick. Is that one of my favorite books?
No. It was a dirty handkerchief. You don't want it?
You, Sathari, recognize that this book, the printing date on it identifies it as an unusually old copy. It's from the first printing, even. So very kind of rare, valuable book.
Whoa.
Wow.
Is it bound in
leather?
Okay. Well, that's still
Now,
flesh if you think about it.
I was going to say, you don't know what that leather came from.
It's flesh. It's just a question of,
No one needs to have this. I'm going to take this and I'm going to put it into a bag that's inside of another bag that's in another bag that I learned from another adventure with Alvaro. I'm putting it. Yes.
Wait. I mean, Sathari. Did you forget what I am?
Honestly, absolutely not.
I say, I mean, it could have It could
And
have it could have information about
I'm
my
gonna look at
ancestors.
I'm gonna look at Isa and seeing her again without the horns. I'm gonna look down, shoegaze, and hand the book to her.
Yeah. I just grab it. As I see if I can find anything else about good old Levistus.
Are you going to open the book?
I will open the book.
Okay, so without even rolling, just because you were right there, and you just looked at the book and you were just in the study. So you're just looking through the table of contents, and in this book, you find a helpful little piece of information about that word that you found a little bit earlier.
Oh, look, it's one of my uncles.
So I will, that handwriting is a little bit difficult, so I will go ahead and read it also for our visually impaired, if you're not looking at the screen. So it says Lysialabos, and then it has his Latin name that I'm not going to enter. A petulant coal-black demon of malign hell incites homicide, can vanish himself and men, enjoys the swallowing of valuables, nocturnal, horrific visage when visible, servitor of Osmodeus, silver reveals its true nature.
Yeah, right. So like I said, one of my uncles.
It looks just like you.
See? Yeah.
I said, do you need an extra bag to put that in?
Oh no, I'm good.
Okay. And Frostfall's 10 minutes are up.
They
Okay.
are. Yeah, I would say my alarm just went
Yay.
off.
Sad.
I'd like to. So I think I kind of want to go to the hearth room now. So I'm looking for, and then I'd like to see if I could find something silver.
So you can't see it, but like Ice's, little devil tail is, flicking quite happily.
So are you going to go back into the dining room, I assume?
Yes, back into the dining room and see if I can find any silverware would be perfect.
It seems like this today they just have pewter sitting out. Like it's not silver, it's not true silver.
Okay, that's fine.
They weren't expecting guests. They don't have the nice stuff out.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe I could go find where that might be stored.
I've heard stories about places called a butler's pantry.
Yeah. It exists. It's just a matter of can you find it. I will put
exploring the rest of the house.
Let's put the map back on the screen so our PCs can see where they are. Someone is making food in my house and it smells good.
Ooh.
Yes. Let's go to. You can't see my thing, can you? The upper left-hand corner and see what's in there.
This one up here?
Well, the door to the upper left. In that room, going from the dining room.
Oh, this door right here that goes into this big room in the middle? Okay, so this curtained dim room is filled with card and billiard tables. A small fireplace gives off soft heat and illuminates the room in orange and red. A billiards table is tilted and missing a leg. Its cream felt covering splattered in blood. Scanning the room, you see it seems to be some kind of gaming parlor.
Uh-oh.
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 So Dunik is forcing me. Well, hi guys. I'm now Bob Ross.
Oh.
So look, just look at this room.
Happy little blood splatter.
There's a lot of happy little blood spatters here. And it's just one of those things. We gotta look at the big picture, right? And we gotta find all the little details. Yeah.
Yeah. You can only do that with an investigation check.
So if you roll a 1, can you turn that mistake into a happy accident?
I say, yeah. There's no mistakes. They're just happy little accidents. Yeah. So let's see.
Just make sure you fail up.
Yeah, we fail up here. So let's see what I've got. I'm gonna roll here.
For short, we call it F up.
Yeah, you're just gonna But we're not gonna F up, you know, because we're just gonna embrace. We're gonna embrace whatever happens, and so I got a 16 for my check.
Also, I haven't. I'm just looking over at the Twitch stream. We're over halfway there, huh?
We are.
Isn't that exciting?
That is,
Yay.
yeah. I must say, everyone has been so generous up to this point. We're only about an hour into our stream, and we are officially over half.
Sorry, Hal is being very funny in the chat.
Yeah. So
Okay,
we're currently at $258 out of our $500 goal. So
Yay.
I'm gonna need you to read Hal's comment.
oh,
in
you
your
want me to
Bob
read
Ross
Hal's
voice.
comment out
Yeah,
loud in
yes,
my
as
Bob
Bob
Ross?
Ross.
Okay, so so we've just got just over here there's a human toe, yeah, right there in the corner, and that's just gonna be our little secret, okay?
With your 15 investigation,
16
investigation.
investigation. Yeah.
You find two things. One, behind the curtains, you find a blood-stained, essentially pool cue. That is behind the curtains, and then on one of the card tables is a worn out deck of playing cards. Do any of you guys have proficiency in playing cards?
That's a really good question.
Poppy does.
I don't think I do because I've got.
Zonimus does.
I'm musical. Yeah. Poppy does.
Mm-hmm. Tashi wins poker.
I'm just gonna go ahead and assume I do not.
Have Zonimus?
No, because I just got music. But
Yeah,
is
the
there a
McKees.
Jack
I've got
missing?
I can use a disguise kit to paint myself up and make myself, you know,
Okay,
myself
so
more
that just-
beautiful and thieves tools, and that's it.
So, since you guys don't have proficiency, you're just gonna have to roll for it. So if someone wants to give me I'll pick your favorite intelligence-based stat, and that one you roll that
Okay.
to get you
And
information about the playing card.
I just want to give a phone farewell to Mithrax. Thank you so much for joining us on the stream today. Thank you for your donations today. We
Thank you very much.
thank you. We appreciate you. So have fun with building armies and conquering lands. You know, as I like to say, you know, the woman's place is at the head of a war horde. But yes, please go on playing cards.
Anybody investigate your favorite intelligence-based stat?
Oh.
Yeah,
My favorite
I'll do
intelligence-based
investigation.
So you can do
Okay.
investigation. You can.
I
Do
say for
history,
me,
you can do-
history. I've got both history and
Yeah,
religion
history-
that are about
history
they're
and
the same.
arcana.
That's
So-
a
Oh, I got a 17.
That's a natural one for a total of 5.
It's okay,
It's
Frostfall.
fine.
You aren't keen to these card games of the above people.
No, not at all.
But
I don't
Elisard,
know what these
something
cards
tickles
are.
the back of your brain that you picked up between the Feywild and now, and you didn't come up with it for, that was back there. It was buried back there in your forgotten memories. That's why you didn't think of it immediately. But as you gather up these cards and you start looking at them, you notice that all of the 8s, 9s, and 10s have been removed, which seems weird at first, but then you realize, oh, they're playing Primero, which is just a card game that's popular in the Southern Kingdoms. There's also 4 additional cards missing: a 2, a jack, a king, and a queen, and they're all of diamonds. So Elisard, with that good roll, you realize this is a hand that is really great. It's not unbeatable, but it's really good. It's essentially a straight in modern day poker, what we know as poker.
Oh, so,
Yeah.
But the jack.
2, the jack, the king, and the queen of diamonds. And I also found the king of diamonds in his
Yeah,
study.
but I
That's
say
what I
I
thought.
have.
That's the king of diamonds that we lost.
Yeah,
Then
I've got
is
the
that
king.
much the cards? Okay. All right.
I don't know. I
Fantastic.
have a feeling we're gonna find this guy, and I'm just gonna have to beat the devil out of him.
Yes.
And as you're kind of looking through this and thinking about this, you hear a voice. And let me find the page.
I think we've been found
Oh.
out, boys.
Cheese it.
Hold on.
The cops.
Scatter.
Why, hello there, Gaspar. I believe we have guests. How exciting! Welcome, new friends. I'm glad to meet you. I am Gaspar.
Well, hi.
This
It's
is
good to meet
Anne.
you.
Gaspar is a tall man with silvering temples, a magnificent salt and pepper mustache. He's dressed in a handsome blue shirt and a handsome blue suit and a clean shirt. Anne is also pretty tall from in human standards. Um, she's got black hair. She's wearing, and again, kind of the same caliber, like a nice dress, but also kind of a sitting around the house dress. And she's got black hair, bright blue eyes, um, and she's leaning on the door frame as Gaspar enters the room.
And what was her name?
And
Anne. Well, Gaspar, Anne, pleasant to meet you. My name is Elisard. We have Isa, Sathari, and Frostfall, and we thought we'd maybe check out what kind of games you had here. It looks like a certainly fun little parlor here to play some games. Are you much into games?
oh, I see. I've already forgotten Gaspar's accent. Oh well, I mean, we used to be. I'm not so much here recently. And as he's kind of talking, Anne kind of pops herself off of the ledge, and is looking you all up and down, just like hard. And she's actually going to approach Sathari and put a hand on his shoulder and be like, I can think of many games I would love to play. Unfortunately, we probably shouldn't play them in this room.
No. Okay. Nope. I'll start walking to the door, kind of like.
Excuse me, ma'am. You know
her.
that's just not right. You can't just, you know, poor Sathari. You know.
That was very forward.
Yeah. I will say, Kiri. If they get suspicious of me, you can give them an intelligence check against my spell save DC to see through my disguise.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
Lock that away. Anne is going to. It's just not very often we get new toys, and I just want to make new friends.
I'm side-eyeing her so hard.
Gaspar's gonna read the room.
I reach up and kind of grab that pendulum thing, and I think really hard to Elisar. Did she say toys?
Yeah, that's exactly what she said.
And Gaspar, like I said, is gonna read the room and be like, Anne, why don't you go return to your book? Let's give them a moment. You can't just like jump in. Like, give them a moment. They don't even know anything. They don't even know you yet. And so she's going to pout and leave the room. Clearly, the give me an insight if anyone who wants to kind of read this dynamic.
That one I do very well.
I will do very well on that one as well.
Yeah,
6.
wisdom.
Oh, wait a minute. You know what?
23.
Oh, no,
I've got a 20.
That's
okay.
That's a 5.
23.
I see you're very distracted.
I'm quite.
You're thinking
upset.
about the book in your bag.
Yeah. Wondering if it's one of hers.
So she essentially what you get with like two of you hitting 20 or over, or all three of you hitting 20 or over, you get the idea that Gaspar is kind of a leader in a way, that Anne kind of is listening to what he says. And I have a note. But as he kind of says that, you also notice his eyes kind of darting around the room. It's clear that he does not like his room, and that he is terrified and kind of barely holding it together. And as Anne leaves the room, he is going to kind of like move you away from that card table that you were just standing at, and say, I would love to have. Oh, see if I've lost his accent again. I would love to have. I think it's just Curious Voice is his accent
You're
now.
just you're
Yeah.
just going you're just going all over the place, mate.
I would
Let's
love
say,
to have.
guess who's back?
I would love to have a conversation with you guys, but this I really don't like. Can we go back into the library or maybe into the study?
Okay.
Sure, yeah.
And so he'll kind of usher you back into the library, and there's some chairs in there and stuff like that. Of course, some nice, comfortable reading chairs. He's gonna kind of look at you guys and very wide-eyed and say, "Are you here to help us?"
Yes, of course. We that's exactly what we're here for.
I mean, it depends on. We were definitely sent by. You familiar with good old Roger?
No,
No.
Oh, well,
Oh.
we were just sent by the good guys to come and help you.
that's great. That's great. That's great.
Yeah,
That's great.
how can we help you? What's going on?
Okay, so I have
What
to.
happened in the game room? Why is there so much blood?
I got to start back at the beginning. I've got to. Let's just take it from the top. And he kind of
It's a good place to start.
Yes.
takes a breath. So I arrived at Thresher Manor about a year ago with several crates of exquisite red wine. Initially, I was delighted by the freedom a place like this granted a man. I was allowed to have my peculiarities, if you will. So I decided to stay a while. Everyone had their own fun. There was drinking, there was gambling. Some of the guests even began to dabble in the dark arcane arts, and for the most part, it was harmless. Minor curses on each other, aging wine to perfection, granting preternatural luck in the next card game. The spells didn't work all the time. They honestly rarely worked. But it was good entertainment for everybody. Time went on, we were all having a good time, and Montmorency introduced us to a new guest, which is not unusual. People are coming and going a lot in those days. In the beginning, Count Murgod was great. He was hilarious. He told good stories. He was always good for a game of two of cards. Count Murgod's arrival was the catalyst for some kind of change over the manor. The guests became more jealous and cruel to each other. The drunks got more drunk. The gamblers ran out of things to gamble, and the licentious became surprisingly more licentious. Despite everyone else's foul mood, Count Murgod remained in good spirits. He was winning every game of cards, and anyone in the manor would go to his room on an order, and everything seemed to be going his way. Unfortunately for Count Murgod, the other guests weren't as pleased with his luck, and they were becoming surprisingly and increasingly jealous of him. Eventually, they decided to betray him. Montmorency and some of the other guests slipped poison into his wine one night, but the poison didn't work, and Count Murgod continued to play and win very handily at Primero. All the other guests then decided to just brutally stab him. I was there. I stood there with my blade in hand, but I just couldn't bring myself to deal that blow. Despite multiple grievous stab wounds, the Count seemed to still be alive. The others finally dragged him into the swamp, where he was finally destroyed, devoured by alligators. And Gaspar's hands shake as he lifts a nearby glass decanter and pours himself a tumbler full of pours himself a tumbler half full of a dark amber liquor. Then, the next night, Count Murgod appeared, walking up the driveway like nothing happened, totally uninjured. It was very off-putting. So Duke Montmorency planned to banish him. But then Montmorency disappeared about 6 months ago, and since then, Count Murgod appears in the house, but only every week or 10 days. And it's always right after something horrible has happened. Count Murgod is desperately looking for something he calls the Veil of Shadows and has trapped all of us here until we find it. I pretend to be looking, but in all honesty, I have no desire to uncover the thing. And he takes a long drink from his glass.
Well, it's a good thing then. Good thing we're here.
Sure,
Yes.
you can do it.
Have you looked over all this place to try and find this Veil of Shadows?
I mean, I pretend to look, but I don't really want the guy to find the thing. I would rather live here in this god awful place for the rest of my life than for him to have whatever. If he wants it, it's got to be super powerful, and I really don't want him to have it.
So my question for you, mate. So this count, this count that's what's causing all this. Is he? I mean, is he like actually alive, or are we talking like undead alive?
I mean, he looks fine. I don't know the ins and outs of dead, undead. He doesn't have like he's not a skeleton. His skin's not falling off. He
Right.
smells fine.
Right.
He honestly smells kind of good sometimes.
All right.
Most unusual.
Well, that could be a lot of things. Could just be perfuming himself.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. There used to be a lot more of us here. It's now essentially down to me and Trudeau, who you met. Furman, I think, is around here somewhere. I haven't seen him in a couple days though. And Madame de Scourier is up in her room as per usual. But we're essentially it. We're down like 5 people, like a lot.
Was one of them kind of like a backstabber? Would you say?
A lot of them were backstabbers in one way or another. You don't come here because people love your company.
Right. And what was the one we saw in the alligator?
Ignoble and stupid.
Ignoble and was one of the guests rather ignoble and stupid?
Oh, I mean, we're all nobility, but I mean, there's a reason we're here and not.
The
Okay.
secondary heirs, not quite the ones who are gonna inherit, but not the ones who are.
Well, so like Anne's husband is very wealthy. He's like an earl or something. She doesn't like to talk about it much, but I mean, she's here. She's not there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So like,
Well,
there were 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there were 5 people who have died, and then there's Murgod who has gone. Not Murgod. Montmorency who has gone missing.
Okay.
how long has it been, Kiri, since I cast my disguise self?
Oh, we're running up on it.
Okay.
But you still have a few minutes left.
All right.
As you guys kind of are like, you can see the gears turning in your heads. He also says, I believe a demon has taken up residence in the manor. A small dog-shaped thing with coal black wings who likes to wake us at night with its horrible ugly face and scare the living crap out of us. I wrestled with him a week ago, and when I caught him trying to steal my keys. I was able to lock it in a cage in the cellar, but he must have found some way to escape because the cage is empty. And if you see it creeping around, you definitely have to kill it. We don't need that thing around here. It's bad. It's bad. We have enough troubles around here without the demon eating all of our valuables and keeping us up all night. Actually, if you'll excuse me, I need to go get dressed for dinner, and I will be down. I believe we're coming up on about that time. So, and he's gonna leave the room, and so I say you have a little bit of privacy if you need to.
And where did we do this? Do we do this conversation in the hearth?
So you were in the library during that time.
Okay.
During that whole conversation.
Yeah, so you probably will see like Ice is like standing there, and like as the spell wears off, it goes, from the bottom back up of the blue creeping back into the fingertips. I'm gonna take a breath and just enjoy myself for a moment as myself before recasting the spell. But well, sounds like we might be dealing with some friends of mine.
Yes. a little bit of evil bent here that is rather creepy, actually. Um, maybe, Isa, what do you think? Should we be investigating a few more rooms?
Yeah, let's keep going. Um, I mean, well,
About
first
that, go ahead.
I'll say first off, so apparently the veil is here somewhere.
Right.
So that's primary mission number one is to find that, to get that back to the physician. If we can, I guess, help these people in the process, then more's the better. But
Right.
I mean, unfortunately, I these folks have kind of made their beds. So if they have to lay in them, then well, that's their business, isn't it?
They're
About
still
that
choosing
time-
to be here, so that's on
about
them.
about that time, you hear a big crash from the dining room.
Both.
Oh, let's head to the dining rooms.
Okay, so you open the door to the dining room because you're right down there in the library, and so you open the door into essentially the southern half of the dining room. The room is darker than you expected. A large form in the middle of the dining room table. Horrifically, a bleeding body lies atop the dining room table, crumpled under a fallen brass and crystal chandelier. Gaspar, who seemed to be on his way to go get dressed and has come running back, yells, like gasps loudly, run towards the table and says, Trudeau! And
Not
so,
Trudeau.
Not Trudeau! Who's Trudeau?
Apparently,
He's
this person is bloody on the table.
I'll run at the table too.
Yeah, he was the butler.
he's the head of staff, yeah.
Oh yeah.
The guy that greeted you on your way in.
Oh no.
So you said somebody was approaching the table?
Yes. Is and check him out. Is he dead?
He's grievously injured. He's not quite dead yet. He whispers a few last words. Montmorency escaped with Borromini, and kind of breathes his last, and he's just dead.
Did you say the Morrissey?
Montmorency, which is the name of the duke who built the manor. So Montmorency was the master of this house until he disappeared, and Count Murgod has taken over.
Right.
Okay.
So Montmorency escaped with Borromini, is what he said. And if anyone wants to give me a history check, I can tell you what you know about Borromini.
I would know nothing about Mormini, most likely, right?
Probably not.
Okay, yeah.
Being our little Underdark Kiki.
11.
Yes.
Elsa, what did you get? You said
11.
11. Isa, did you get anything? Do you know anything about Borromini? Okay.
5.
It rings a bell, but you don't quite remember. It's at this moment you notice a figure standing in the doorway. With a snap of his fingers, the fireplace on one side of the room, as well as the sconces and candelabras, light the room the same. They light the room at the same moment that you hear a large crash of thunder. The drizzle outside turning into the thunderstorm promised. The lightning flash and the candlelight illuminate a smile that feels just a touch too large for his face. Count Murgod, in the flesh, is standing before you. His shoulder-length blonde hair parted down the center and slicked to his scalp. He's impeccably dressed in a violet velvet suit, his cravat pin glinting ruby against the white silk of his shirt. Wonderful. Fresh eyes. I'm so glad that you are here. These imbeciles have been looking for weeks now and can't seem to find my prized possession. Maybe you can find it. I know that Roger would love to get his hands on it. You better find it, Isa, Elisard, Safari, Frostfall, because you're not leaving until you do. Until the veil of shadows is mined once again. And he lifts his arms up straight from his shoulders and kind of waves them. And as he spreads his arms wide, you can see a red wave emanating from him as if he's reshaping reality. As the wave moves from him through the room, the sparkling floors become dirty, worn, and aged. The beautiful paintings are ripped or falling out of their frames. And if anyone wants to give me an insight or an arcana, I can kind of give you an idea about what's happening.
Dirty 20
Okay.
on insight.
13 insight.
16 arcana.
Okay, so everybody checks out because the DC was pretty low on this one. The manor that you saw was an illusion. And anyone, so it's still here, it still exists. It's just much more worn down than it originally looked. Anyone can enter the manor, but like a rat trap, once inside, there's no escape. The thunder claps again, black and red. Oh, sorry. Thunder claps again. And this time, if you look out the large windows, you no longer see a thunderstorm over the bayou, but black and red roiling mist. Now, if you excuse me, this little parlor show has become boring. He yawns dramatically and begins to exit toward the stairs in the entry hall. I'll be keeping an eye on you all, especially you, Isa. And Isa, give me a DC 18 perception.
Let's see. Okay. Well, let's see here. Perception, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
That's all of a 10.
Sorry. You don't get what he's laying down there.
It's fine. I don't have to know exactly, but no, just as it goes, just that deep growl just in the throat, that only a true tiefling could do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like
him. Gaspar is busying himself trying to clean up the chandelier and body. But he doesn't seem like he's not like asking you guys for help or anything. He seems pretty content to have a task to be focused on.
Okay. That was weird to everyone else, right?
Very weird.
Yes, very much so.
And here we are now in a decrepit house rather than the nice manor. And he knows who we are and knows what we're looking for and knows who we're looking for.
Well, I suggest we find it before he gets any other ideas.
Right.
And I think right now would be actually a really good time for us to take a little break, bio break, because my laptop's gonna die and I need to find the charger.
Uh-oh.
Yes. And this is a really good time for all of our people who are in chat to go out to Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, however we do it. Tell people
smoke signals.
We need to get more people in here so we can raise more money. We're halfway through the halfway through the stream, and we're very close to getting this. We just need to really push it for the last 2 hours. So head out to all your friends, let them know that we're doing this and raising money for Extra Life and the Children's Hospital Foundation.
Yeah, but I say get your friends, get them on in here, because we're sitting pretty at $258 out of 500, so we are halfway to our goal. Wait, nope, just got another $10 donation from Brooke. Excellent.
I thought he was shouting Magic Wild Search.
Magic Wild Search. So we will address that once we get back from break. So yeah, if you guys want to just stack up some things for us to come back to after we come back. We're gonna take about a 10-minute. Give us about a 10-minute bio break here, or does that work for everybody?
Yeah, that's great.
Yep. Take it. We're gonna take
15, 20, 30. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, we'll take about a 10-minute break, and we will be back. All right. Welcome back.
Hi. I didn't see you come in.
Welcome back once again to the Red Dead D&D live holiday stream for Extra Life. Before the break, Brooke had given us a wild magic surge, so we gotta deal with that. But Kiri, I'm so sorry, but somebody, not naming any names, but his initials are Zonymous. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to give us either your best Mickey Mouse or your best Goofy impression.
Oh boy!
It's amazing.
I can really only do
For 10 minutes. For 10
For the
minutes.
next, for
I'm
the
just
next.
gonna say, oh boy, for 10 minutes.
Gosh.
Really,
And then it kills you.
he's really affecting the tone of my creepy haunted house.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to pay again. Let's both do Russian.
See, listen, here's my problem. Kiri doesn't get to practice as a voice actor. I can only do certain words. So my vocabulary is quite limited, given any one accent.
Yeah, you have to deal with my struggle.
The struggles are real. But give it your
I-
best. Give it your
Yes.
best.
Me the vodka.
It's
For the
for the children.
That's right.
It's for the children.
That's right.
For children.
Get moose and squirrel.
That's what I think of.
Just
That's
channel-
right. You don't have to do it.
Just, channel your inner Mazaga. Because, for some reason, my orcs always vaguely Russian. Don't know why.
It's very Eastern European.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Don't know why. It's just how it happens. It's fun. It's fine. Don't
It's
worry.
fine. It's fine.
It's fine, guys. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But yes, we also need to deal with that wild magic surge that
Yes.
Brooke gave us.
There we go. I paid twice. We're doing Russian.
You
I
paid
will
twice.
do my best.
Do Russian.
You do
Okay.
good.
I reset timer.
Don't say just timer. You did right.
I restart timer.
I'll do my best, but I am making no promises.
Let's say just drop all the articles, because there are no articles in the Russian language whatsoever. And I just remember the joke of just get in car. Okay, but you should say get in the car. No, in Russia we smart enough to know. I say get in car. I mean this car. I don't have to tell you which car.
I am the machine.
I tell you what, you do good. We have vodka after.
Yeah.
Yes.
I could do
Yeah.
French.
Oh,
Nah.
have her
I'll
do
try my
French.
best.
All right. Okay. So let's deal with that
Guys,
wild
can I roll on
magic.
the? Can I roll?
Yeah,
roll on the
someone
wild
roll
magic
it.
thing?
Who wants
And
to roll
and
on the
Mother
table?
Russia wild magic chart rolls on
They
you.
rolled you.
Can I roll on it?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Roll.
Go for it.
Here behind
I got a
Iron
15.
Curtain.
15. For the next minute, you regain 5 hit points at the start of each of your turns.
Well, too bad
We
I
need to
haven't
make
lost
it count.
any ones.
I will stab somebody. We'll make it count.
I will stab the dead man.
Yeah, sorry about that. That kind of was a dud.
The dead man come back to life. Hey, we have a Prime subscription right there.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Also,
Hello,
don't
new friend.
forget to follow. We also have the follow option too. It's as cool as subscribe. We very appreciate the subscribe. But we were noticing we had a dozen people subscribe a couple weeks ago, and none of them clicked follow.
What?
Yeah.
So there you go. Subscribe and follow. Tell your friends.
Subscribe.
Tell your friends. I go to
Tell
Tell
your
friends.
Subscribe.
Bring
Tell
friends.
friends. They subscribe or we kill them.
We break kneecaps. I turn into my favorite orc player character, Jaka Shinbreaker, who is a beautiful, delicate butterfly character And
Breaker.
she break legs. Cause she shin
I
breaker.
found a
Okay.
very, very cute moose. Make all the boy moose go ah. So you are in dining room. You
Yeah.
have 3 doors you go into. Dead man on table. Other man clean dead man. 1 door from dining room on explode. Other doors other way. Also an upstairs that you know.
Can
I
we?
have a
can we
question for.
Can
Go
we go
ahead.
north? It looks like there's doorways to go north
Yankees always want to go north.
from the game room.
Oh yeah, from the game room.
Yes.
I mean, yes, from game room, you go north. You find breakfast nook divided in 2. North part of room, preparation area. The staff, they prepare breakfast. South part of the room, table, chairs for the eating of muffins.
All right.
We might
Okay.
want to head upstairs.
Yeah.
No,
I
wait,
think
no. If there's if
Unless
know.
Frost
there's
Fall's right.
I'm gonna poke around a bit, see if there's anything of interest.
Go for it. I mean, yes, please.
What
Poke.
you want to like a
Investigation.
Investigate.
Investigate.
Like the KGB.
Investigate for me, Natasha.
I'm reminded of the Russians from Armageddon. You know, my uncle, he built, the part of the missile that says it hits the White House he built that part.
Well, my investigation is a 9, so
There is tables, there is muffins, it's for the eating of breakfast.
I take a muffin and I head out.
All right.
It's delicious. Blueberry.
Yeah.
I will eat nothing in this house further since illusion dropped and all food is probably not fresh.
The food is safe. The house itself is just old. It's old.
You're from the Italian part of Russia.
My mother, she Italian.
My daddy's Russian.
And look what happened to me.
I chased my vodka with red wine.
My mother was Russian, and your father wasn't.
You make a real good vodka sauce.
I want to know. I see your arrow there. What room are we in now?
So this is breakfast nook. So
Da.
south part is table eating area.
Da.
North part preparation area. From the preparation area, there is a door back into the entryway.
What is south of the entryway?
This is the dining room.
So through the door to the right, the north. No, in the dining room.
This is the dining room.
The door to the right.
This is the room you have not been into, which you know is the hearth room.
I would like to go to that room. I have reason.
All right. Let's go to the heart.
Okay.
What is in the floor of that room? What do I see there?
Hold on. I gotta, because I have secret slides and I have to make sure that you guys don't see the secret slides. So I have to.
Is it same as electric slide? I know this.
Or Electric Avenue.
We're going to rock
Or Electric
down
Boogaloo.
to Electric Avenue, and then we take it higher.
You guys are adorable.
I like how you paused before. You guys are adorable. Guys are idiots.
Okay, you enter half room. Let me look.
Ah.
Let me look. There's a looking
I picked
half.
good room, yes.
The centerpiece of this room is a grand marble fireplace in which a scorching hot fire still burns. A green vase has long wilted flowers, only decoration on top of mantle. Above mantle is Boca de Veritas, where if you know Latin, that means mouth of truth. There's a design on the wall. Design on the wall. Oil paintings of Duke Montmorency and his extended family lined walls, and on the floor, beautiful Oriental rug, leopard skin couch. On couch recliner, she's reading a book.
Who is Anne?
And yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And she will look up from her book. Oh my gosh, she's French. Oh, I'm so glad that you returned. And she kind of closes her book over her finger, you know, when you hold your place. And she just looks up at you guys.
I'm going to cross over the rug and pretend to warm hands on fire. Does the rug have any sort of design or pattern?
It's just, you know, like Moroccan styled rug, red. Little
Blood red?
more of a good Bordeaux.
When I walked to rug, did it sound hollow under?
No. Sounds like good constructed floor.
No trap door?
No trap door.
No secret door?
No. But you are standing in front of the fireplace. If you want to give me an investigation, you can look a little bit closer at that Book of the Veritas.
Is time again for guidance?
We no bring investigative halfling.
Yeah, you know that a small halfling what knows how to look in all the nooks and crannies and find exactly what he's looking for.
15.
Because he's small.
Yeah. But I say, aren't cats supposed to be like observant or something?
So,
aren't you supposed to be smart?
Boca de Veritas disc cemented in place over fireplace. Careful examination finds a small triangular cavity in the mouth of the Boca de Veritas, as if for a key.
Kiri, we free you of your Russian accent.
Thank you. Because Anne needs to talk. And she is going to kind of look up because she left the room before you guys started talking to Gaspar. And she's going to, it's so dreadful. What happened to Mr. Trudeau? He was one of my favorites, you know. But, you know, Count Morgoth, he wants his Veil of Shadows. We must find the Veil of Shadows.
And have you been searching for the veil?
Oh, you know, I look when I have free time.
And what exactly you do with the rest of your time?
I read books. I love books. You know, a woman can have her interests. I'm sure.
That's right.
You know, but I'm missing a very important clue. It's very important, and I feel like she's gone British now. See the accents, they never stick. I feel like that Madame Descoya, she keep the clue from me. So very unhelpful. She keep it locked in her room.
And which room she hide in normally?
She likes to stay in her bedroom, although I imagine with the hubbub she's probably planning on coming down. But her bedroom is upstairs in the northeast corner.
Right.
Let me ask you, this little triangle here on the this cavity here in the Boca de Veritas.
Oui.
Does that look familiar to you at all?
I mean, a triangle's a very simple shape, Elsard.
Right, but something that would fit inside of there.
I imagine some kind of key.
Right, that's what I was wondering. If you'd seen any kind of key that would fit into that.
I don't go searching around for keys. I'm searching for the Veil of Shadows, of course. Count
Right.
God wouldn't have it any other way. I imagine
Insight
Madame
check on her.
Descourier has many secrets hidden in her room.
Insight check on her.
Insight check.
Sure, go for it.
15.
24.
Okay.
So Elisard, she genuinely doesn't know. She hasn't seen a key. She genuinely thinks that Madame Descourier has all of the secrets, and she just really enjoys mail company.
Well, if you're sending us up to a room that's locked, it would be nice to have the house keys.
Oh, Madame Descourier, she keep all of her keys to herself. She's so selfish. She never lets anybody into her room.
Even those trying to help.
Maybe I could do something with that. Why don't we go up to that room? What's Elisard? Is that right?
Elisard.
You are Elisard.
Oh, sorry. Elisard is me. What is the name of the woman?
No, I'm Elisard.
The one you're looking for
I'm
is
Elisard.
Madame Descourier.
Madame Descourier. Okay.
We're all Elisard.
It's funny.
So if you go back into the dining room, she actually is standing over Gaspar as Gaspar works on cleaning everything up. She's an older woman. And she has gray hair that she has pulled back. She's very prim, very standing, very straight. And she seems to just be observing what Gaspar is doing. And as you come in the door, she says, "Oh, yes." Let's see, I don't know what her accent's going to be. Gaspar mentioned there were guests.
Yes, you must. You are.
Oh, you do not know. I am Madame Descourier.
Madame Descourier. Well, my name's Elisard. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you. We have Isa and Sathari and Frostfall, and how long have you been a guest here?
Count Montmorency and I were very close. I was the first guest after Montmorency built the manor.
I see. Have you also been looking for this Veil of Shadows?
Of course. Count Montmorency, Count Murgald would have it no other way.
Right. And have you had any luck? I'm guessing not, since
we are still here, so obviously not.
Right. So what is your idea on where this thing might be?
Well, if I knew Elisard, we wouldn't be here, would we?
Well, of course not. But if you've been looking for how long now? A month? 2 months? How long have you been looking for this thing?
It's hard to tell time in here.
Right.
Well, what? And she would just essentially, we're gonna kind of describe this instead of going into it because I don't want to make a calendar for my fake world. She'll ask you like, what year is it out there, and you tell her.
Right.
Oh wow, that means that we've actually been in here. A year or two?
All right. Okay. Well, and you, how big of a house is this?
Must not be in a hurry to find this Veil of Shadows.
It's not a matter of being in a hurry, my boy. We just haven't found it. We've got 3 floors to look through. There's only a few of us.
All
People
right.
keep dying.
Well,
And there's also apparently a little dog demon on the loose. So.
Right, and we're really good at looking. So maybe if we looked around at different places, maybe if you allowed us to look into, like, say, your room.
The veil is not in my room.
Oh, I know that, but maybe there might be a clue there that you've missed.
There is no clues in my room.
All right. Well, we're gonna go look upstairs, not in your room. We won't look anywhere near your room. I promise. That is not anywhere we're going. I promise.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be
Fingers crossed behind your back.
suspicious.
Give me a deception.
Finally. See, here's the thing about deception with me.
It's a skill I have.
It is not only is a skill I have, if I roll below a 10, it automatically counts as a 10. So 29.
Oh yeah, she believes you. She believes. Oh, it's a combination of her believing you and her believing that, like you can't get into her room.
Right. Exactly. So okay, we're gonna go upstairs.
Okay. So I have another map for you. Let me get over to the map.
All the maps.
It's the map. It's the map. It's the map. It's the map.
Meep.
Boom.
Okay. So this big open thing in the middle is the dining room. And you can actually kind of look over the railing as you come up the stairs and see into the dining room.
Oh, neat.
Where Gaspar and Lady Descourier or Madame Descourier are in there with poor dead Trudeau.
Oh, Trudeau.
And I think
We barely knew you.
Barely
we
knew
should
ye.
probably. What do you think we should split up? And
Oh.
make it easier?
Hold on. As you guys, there's something on the upstairs landing. So the upstairs landing is uninteresting except a small wooden board at the top upon which a piece of parchment is tacked. And I think that is the next slide. So there you go. So it says, Requiescat in pace, rest in peace. And then it has the names Caroline Velez, Hugo Ancelet, Louise Elizabeth, Agnes de Roof, and Rodrigo de la Olivia. So that seemed to be probably the 5 people that Gaspar mentioned have died.
Okay.
Well, right then. Let's not get our names added to this list, yeah?
Right. Yes, I agree. So which room can we?
So you guys are coming up on the landing. So there's this hallway with 3 doors on it, and then at the end of the hallway it goes to your left and right.
Mm-hmm.
Anne mentioned that Madame Descourier's room is in the northwest corner, or the northeast corner.
Okay, so that would be the very first room. Oh,
sorry, I was right the first time. Northwest.
northwest. Okay, yes. So let's go check that out and
Not
see
great
if we
with
can
directions.
pick that lock.
Okay, let me find that room on my paper.
What die do I want to use?
I'll give Isa guidance.
Oh, you got guidance too?
Yeah.
And I will also sing you a little song. Somebody open the door. Someone's knocking at the door. Someone's
knocking on this here door.
And so if you do fail it or you don't use it, you can keep it for 10 minutes.
Well, this time I finally found the dice that is not spicy. So 24.
Okay, so it takes you a little while. It's a difficult lock. And there's a couple of them. There's actually seems to be a lock that's kind of been added onto as well. But you're able to pop that lock.
Pop and lock it.
Pop, lock, and lock it. And the door opens. The interior of the room is ridiculously ornate. Every facet of the room carefully trimmed with handcrafted gold leaf filigree. The furniture of the room is made from exotic wood and imported from the most lavish manufacturers in the southern kingdoms. A draped bed is the centerpiece of the room, and the entire room smells of sickly sweet perfume. A desk in the corner holds a dozen bottles of various liquids and other kind of like paraphernalia, like makeup and those kind of beauty things.
All the fancy powders and baubles and
that desk has a couple of drawers on it.
Open the
So
drawer.
that's what you're looking at.
Yeah, let's.
Okay. So
Yes.
in the drawer of the desk is a folded note addressed to Madame de Scourier, which I have on my thing. But I have to. We're gonna leave, and then I change the slide, and then I come back in. Oh, I went past it. Oh, I hate when I do that, and then I lose you guys. It's simpler in theory than it is in practice. Okay, so this is the note, and I will also read it to you because handwriting is hard. It says, Madame de Scourier, when old Borromini sent me the designs for Thresher Manor, I recall inquiring as to what the exact purpose of that southeast corner in the study. For once, he did not exclaim, geometric rationale. Little did I know that Borromini's idiosyncratic corner would be both our doom and our salvation. I shall make my escape from my beloved manor tonight. If you change your mind, I shall leave the second geometric key on the mantle in the green vase that you brought from Villamont, Montmorency.
Should have checked the green vase.
Also, while you're standing on this side of the room, you can see a chest kind of in the corner, and a large closet as well.
Maybe that chest is where the knocker is from the front door.
Ooh woo.
I'll inspect the closet.
And I'll go
The
check out the
closet
chest.
is packed tightly with old-fashioned but expensive dresses that are left over from her time at court. And if you give me an investigation, I can tell you what else you find in there.
Okay, I'm gonna tap myself for guidance.
Nice.
I'll just roll this in case. Okay,
Very nice.
22.
You find a hidden fine dagger decorated with eel heads on its pommel buried at the bottom of her cabinet. It's just a +1 dagger.
Okay,
There you go.
Fancy.
I'll grab it.
I'm gonna go check
He's
out the
fancy.
chest.
Chest is locked.
Hi, sir.
Hmm?
You want to come pick this lock over here?
Oh, I suppose.
I believe in you, guidance.
Well,
I
Roll
can't
so
see yours.
bad.
I mean, it's a good thing, you can't autofail on a skill check. So,
Yeah.
let's see. So that's 5, 7, 11 before. But I'm gonna roll that inspiration.
Yeah.
That,
And if you fail, you get to keep that die.
So 4 and 4 is 8, 9, 10, 11. We are 12 altogether.
No.
Oh.
Okay, so you get to
It's-
keep that bardic inspiration, but
It's a fancy lock. It seems similar to the lock on the door in its fanciness. But also, it's one of those things where you could also, like, Sathari's got a big ass hammer.
I was just thinking the same thing. Stand back,
Sorry.
everyone.
Do you think you could pick this lock?
Yes, I think I can pick the lock. I reach down and grab my hammer. I extend my wings to maximum. I raise the hammer high above my head. And with the power of the light, I strike the lock.
I need an attack roll.
Oh, that's not good. No, you don't.
Yeah.
Command. Jumping Jesus on a pogo stick.
I feel like his robe would get
Plus-
caught up and around the pogo stick.
Guidance here is 12.
I don't think
Hey!
you can attack.
Shh. It's 10 out of 10.
It's a strong lock.
It's a strong box too.
Well, now look what she did. She dented
So,
it.
I rest the hammer on top of the log and then tell Elisar to stomp on the hammer.
Okay. I need
On the head.
athletics. In athletics from Elisar then.
Okay. A 10.
No.
Wow.
It's not
I-
even a very it's a DC 18 to pick it. Although now you've also like hurt the lock, so it'd be harder to pick. But it's only a 16 to force it open.
Yeah, the wrong person has the hammer.
I'm gonna try and attack it with the butt of my rapier.
Go for it.
Sure could use some rerolls, chat.
Sure could use some assistance.
Nope, 13.
While all of these guys just really want to get into this chest.
We really want to see what's in the
Yeah,
chest.
that's pretty normal.
Please?
Frostball, can I actually have a perception from you?
Please?
Or
Somebody.
sorry, maybe a
Anybody.
medicine or a perception.
Medicine?
Medicine.
I'm asking Frostball.
My perception's better.
I got a 9. Okay. Well,
Okay, a 26.
Okay, so you while they're dealing with that, you're just kind of poking around the desk as you do, and you notice that two of the bottles that are on the desk are deadly vials that combine arsenic and powdered toad, which are a great poison.
Fancy.
There's poisons over here. Maybe we should look into how some of these other people died.
whose room is this?
Madame Descourier,
Yeah.
the old lady that just talked to you downstairs.
Yeah, and didn't we know that two people did die of poison?
Well, I mean, what?
Oh, they tried to poison
Okay,
Murgod,
That's it.
Murgod.
Yes.
but he didn't go down like Rasputin style.
He's all rah rah Rasputin, lover of the
Yeah.
Russian queen.
That's why they had to feed him to the alligators. So, are you going to continue going after this chest? Are you going to leave?
Can I
the
leave
room?
it and come back?
Try it one more time. You've got still got my bardic inspiration.
Right,
so.
yeah. It's...
I will say, because Sathari busted the lock, I'm going to make it a DC 19 now to pick that lock.
All right, can I... Sathari, can I have some help? Just a little.
Guidance.
Thanks. All right, with guidance, it's a 19. Just on the dice roll with
Oh boy.
all me bonuses added in, it's
Yay!
it's more. So, haha!
Weirdly, Sathari must have just busted something loose, loosened it up for you, because you got in now.
That was
So-
all you, Isa.
Inside are
Yeah.
five masquerade masks, a
Ooh.
box of several hundred gold, a
Ooh.
small pistol,
Whoop.
and an unusual bundle wrapped in a heavily stained and overly perfumed blanket.
Oh, what?
Oi.
What was the last part?
An unusually shaped bundle wrapped in a heavy stained and overly perfumed blanket.
Yeah, let's open that
Yeah,
out.
so
Yeah.
I opened that bad
unroll that.
boy.
Okay, Isa, I need a wisdom saving throw.
Oh yeah!
Yeah.
Because you have discovered a severed hand.
Oh, it's not Christmas. Let's see. I'm just making sure that I don't have anything that's giving me some nonsense from
Remember,
my.
you also still have that bardic inspiration.
And
do.
as they look at their character sheet, for those of you who are with us, who weren't in our pre-session meeting, we are doing a modification of the Roll20 Fright thing, madness table. So when they have a fright check, they gotta do a wisdom saving throw. Every time they fail, the DC goes up. And if they fail, they have to roll for what madness effect they have.
Whee!
The good news is this is the first one, so the DC is pretty low.
I'm using that inspiration. Well, it's all an event,
You're the inspiration.
right? It's all of an 11.
An 11's not gonna do it. Just
Oh.
shy. So I need a percentile dice roll to see what
Oh.
madness effect you get.
Madness,
Yeah.
madness, madness.
Madness.
Actually, hold on.
Midnight.
And if you
crawls
fail
across the
three,
land.
if you fail 3 madness or fright checks, then you no longer roll on the short-term madness. You roll on the long-term madness. Short-term madness only lasts for 10 minutes but long-term madness lasts for 1d10 hours.
I was say, next time I'll use the dark ones on luck. But oh well. 67.
67. The character experiences vivid hallucination and has disadvantages on ability checks. You're tripping.
Oh dear.
Tripping for how long?
Well, 1d10 minutes. So roll another d10.
8.
8 minutes.
Okay. We should check out should we check out the rest of these rooms?
Do we feel like we found everything in here?
You looked pretty good, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's go check out some of those other rooms.
Yeah. Or should we go to the 3rd floor?
You're on the top floor.
Oh, I thought there were 3 floors.
There's a
there's
basement,
one.
mate.
Yeah, there's a basement.
Basement.
Basement was where the dog had been.
Yeah.
The dog.
Okay,
demon.
let me get you your map back.
Map.
Map. Yeah.
I'm sorry that my map does not seem to.
So
You are in the top left-hand room.
yes. Let's go to just go to the next one down. One next one to the south.
Okay, let me look at my master map.
We're not stopping until we can say, this house is clean.
This house is clean.
Is that some kind of reference that I don't get?
Poltergeist.
The guys.
Original
Oh.
Poltergeist.
I haven't seen it.
Oh,
Okay.
the part where he eats the chicken.
This door is also locked, but the lock is a very simple lock, so I could probably get it without too many. It's only a DC 10.
And she's tripping.
Tripping.
She's tripping, so
I'm like,
disadvantage.
I've got my little lock pick, so I'm just like,
And you still have the inspiration because you failed the last one.
I do. So I'm just, go away, little fairies. Get off. Get off me lock picks.
Madness takes its toll. Listen closer.
Closely.
Not for very, much longer.
So
I've
14
got
off.
to smoke
Keep
a bowl.
control.
All right, I always scream the audience participation.
What did you get, Isa? I'm sorry. They were singing.
14.
Okay, yeah, you popped that lock.
See, I told you, just get off me lock picks,
Up
you
and locked.
fairies.
This room is decorated in a vibrant green with portraits of a family. Looking at those portraits, you spot Anne in a couple of them, so you can guess that this is probably her room. A particularly large portrait hangs across from her bed. It is an old, dour, and ugly chevalier who you can imagine, based on Gaspar's description earlier, that's probably her husband. On the floor, there are some nice rugs, but there's also some scuff marks. Looks like some furniture was dragged out of this room not too long ago. And then she's got like her little dressing area. She's got a full-length mirror and a little like shelf over there on the other side of the room.
Okay.
Is it weird that when I go knock on the mirror, there's nowhere to go?
So I mean, if you go over to the mirror, you might find something.
I go over to the mirror.
Over there and...
Okay, on the mirror.
I go up to one of the paintings and just like start talking to it as if he's actually in the room.
Okay. I'm getting faster at this. You got that going for you. So
Come here,
on
make up
the
a
mirror,
Oh.
on the mirror is the bloody Queen of Diamonds wedged in the frame.
Hmm.
Did we
have
check
king and queen.
Did we check those cards to see what all we were actually missing from them?
Yes.
A
We're
two
missing
of
the
diamonds,
two,
a
the
jack, a queen, and a king.
Right.
All of
Okay.
diamonds.
And we
And
found
right
the king
now-
and the queen.
There you go.
The queen. Okay, cool.
Okay. And anything in this chest?
There's no chest. There's just a little like shelf where she has like her like hairbrush and stuff.
Okay. Anything special in there?
No.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the next door down.
Yeah.
No, wait,
let
I'm
me-
talking to my friends.
Okay, so the last door at the end of this hallway is the servants' quarters. Compared to the rest of the house, this chamber seems plain. Still, hand-painted murals of farmers working in golden fields decorate the walls here. 4 beds are pushed together, making this room rather crowded. 2 of the beds are stripped of linen, unused for quite a while. And if you guys want to give me an investigation, I can point out some things.
Oh, 9.
14.
There you go.
14. What did anybody else want to investigate?
But I say 13, even with disadvantage.
Okay, so Frostfall, your dark cat eyes see in the darkness something underneath one of the beds. It's just a piece of parchment. So a piece of parchment kind of rolled up, tied up. And let me put it on the screen for you. See, sometimes I sing too.
Tell us, Frostfall, what do you see with your tabaxi eyes?
He's a big
So there is the parchments indicate dates and rituals that the guests of the house have tried performing, as well as which book each ritual was found in. If asked, oh, never mind. So it's at the top. It says Morency's Gander, Secrets of Thresher Manor, and then the Book of Magical Charms, and then it has a bunch of spells and the dates they tried them. Most of them are like things like to help the wine or to find a bauble. And it seems like Descourier has the most frequent success with these spells.
Okay.
Ooh,
So you can kinda see. There's, and I'll go a little bit bigger so you can see a little bit better. Lots of failures. And so it has the date, the test spell, who tried it, and then whether it's a success or a failure.
Okay.
And it seems like this is what Trudeau's job was to keep track of this stuff.
Right.
Okay, so there's one, for excessive bleeding of the nose that just has like a question mark.
That means they weren't sure if it was a failure or a success.
Okay. Okay,
And
I
one
guess
for fertility.
Yeah, and it's also a question mark.
For fertility.
And
Husband's
cramp.
cure. Curse.
Husband's curse. And Anne's last name is De Macau, so that was Anne casting Husband's Curse.
Okay.
This one's my favorite right here, December 13th, Biting Moths.
Oh.
Where God cast that one as a success, and then that same day, later in the evening, 2 different people try casting Cleansing of Insects.
Funny.
Okay. So that was the servant's entrance.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. And then at the back of this room is a door that leads to like a little storage room, it looks like.
Oh, can I check out the storage room?
You certainly can. Boxes and crates in this room hold extra linen, rarely used cook pots, and holiday decorations. There's a large barrel of lamp oil, and 5 oil lamps are stored here as well. In the back corner is a small charred crate. It looks as if lantern oil spilled on it and was ignited. It's half burned. It has a half-burned cross with a rose symbol emblazoned on it. And if someone wants to give me a history or an arcana, I can tell you if you know what that symbol's for.
Let's see.
No.
No.
10 on Arcana.
I got half a 10. The one part.
It tickles the back of your head, but you aren't. It doesn't quite ring a bell.
Okay. Okay.
So it's just a crate with
Yeah.
a symbol
Can
on
we,
it.
can we open the crate?
You certainly can.
Let me open the crate.
Inside the box, wrapped in straw, is a hand-sized cracked black bell. its base covered in a rust-like residue. And if you're gonna be in medicine or in nature, I can tell you what that residue is. Although you probably have a good idea.
Let's see if I do that. Nature. Oh, no, medicine is actually better.
It's a super low DC.
19.
It's blood.
What?
It's blood.
Oh.
The bell has been dipped in blood. There's blood around the rim there.
Well, I've got a book because I'm a Pact of the Tome warlock, so that's a bell.
Boy.
So now
Here
all
we
we
go.
need is a candle. We're good to go.
Right.
And
Oh,
if someone wants to give me an Arcana check, I can tell you what you know. Or, and Isa, I would say you don't have to roll with disadvantage now. Your hallucinations have worn off.
Oh, good.
Because you guys have gone through like 2 rooms since then.
The fairies have finally disappeared. Good.
The fairies have disappeared. Congratulations.
Actually, wait. I still have Elisad's inspiration.
Because it still hasn't worked yet.
Yeah. That's a 12.
Okay, DC 12 does help you verify the symbol on it. It finally clicks now that the fairies stop flying around in your way. The symbol on the outside of the crate identifies the mark as the Rosicrucian cross, a symbol of a hidden order that seeks esoteric knowledge. But it doesn't give you any insight on what the bell is or anything like that.
Yeah.
Oh no, I know who owned it. I just don't know what it's for.
Right. Okay. Well, let's
Alright,
just see
dudes.
if we can check out these other rooms.
Let me get you back to your map.
To the map, to the map, to the map.
Oh, I hate it when you do that. And then you guys, and then share screen, and share this screen. Okay, there's the map.
There we
So
go.
you've done all of the rooms on the west wall.
Oh.
Yes. So what is down the furthest south?
So that's that little storage room that you were
Okay.
in.
So let's go just across, starting with the first one up in the north.
Can we take
Okay.
the
Yeah.
bell with us just in case?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'd say store the
Sure.
bell.
So as you get back down to the end of the hallway, I think it's just the second slide, so we're gonna risk it. There
Some
is
whiskey
a playing
business.
card nailed
Ah.
to the door.
Nice.
Nailed to the door is a bloody Primero card, the 2 of diamonds. This room is locked. The key is kept on the occupant's person, but an investigation might get you some helpful information.
23.
3.
Did you say 23?
Yeah.
Frostfall. Okay,
Yeah.
so Frostfall, you're real tall. Tabaxis are real tall. So you can see on the top of the door jamb is a key.
Long boy.
Reach up, grab. Here you go.
That was
His key.
fantastic.
I'm
So yeah,
getting more
there.
used to being in a house.
Yeah. Way to go, Stretch. All right.
Gosh, I leaned too far forward.
Oh.
Close to home.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so yeah, there you go. There's the key, and it fits into the lock. If you
Huzzah!
want to open the door. So this door, you open it, and you are just hit square in the face with the smell of rotten eggs and wet dog.
Yeah.
The interior of the room is like aging, like the whole house seems kind of old, but this room seems to be aging even more than the rest of the house. The floorboards creak and groan when stepped on. The paint on the wall is chipped and peeling. The furniture is dry and doesn't look like it could hold much weight. Black moths and spiders infest the corners of the room. And an irregular sharp angled mirror hangs on the western wall, and a worn cabinet is in the corner. And there's on the floor, there is a crimson red rug thrown at an odd angle.
Okay. I'm going to test the floor to make sure it's not going to collapse on me. Is I going to head over the chest?
It's not going to collapse on you. It just makes a lot of noise.
Okay. Just going to head over the chest and see what I can find.
Creaky.
Give me a perception.
Huh.
Wait. Oh yeah, it's not a chest, it's a cabinet. It's like a wardrobe.
Cabinet. Yes.
Yeah. Give me a perception.
14.
Seems fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
And I open it up. Is there anything inside?
It is locked.
Okay. Isa,
Yes.
can you come unlock this for me?
I believe in you.
I feel like after all this, Isa needs to like add an expertise to their these
Yeah.
tools. You've gotten really good at them at this point.
Yeah. That's
Starting
I
to
mean, I'm
master
just,
it.
I'm just, secondary to Alvaro, Yeah.
He's gonna be so proud of you.
I'm the backup. It's fine.
He's gonna be so bummed he missed out on all this lock picking.
Right? I say. All this,
I'm
all,
a picking.
and especially, and not just that, it's lock picking, but it's lock picking from really, really rich gits.
Rich people.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but with that will be 19. 20.
Oh, yeah.
No, 20.
Pops open. And out of the cabinet, and since Isa and Elisard are standing right in front of it, you get hit with it. If the cabinet is opened, a swarm of venomous moths fly outward like ash from an exploding volcano. And they're gonna do essentially 1 HP damage for every like minute you stand here.
Oh.
Like say in this room.
Oh well, yeah. Let's go
Good.
away.
Good thing I've got resist. Is it poison damage or
It's just piercing with their little
piercing? All right, with the little snouty
So
snouts.
one
Mhm.
point of piercing damage.
Mhm.
Are y'all running out the door?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I real quick close it after you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good call.
And so both of you are going to have at least one because when they come out and they bit you, so you get one. Essentially, it's a mosquito bite. It's just like crazy.
Yeah.
I cast my biggest heal.
Okay, so we will go back. There's your map. So that was in this first room
Yeah.
across the northern wall there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So let's go to the second room.
That room is 20. And it's unlocked. This room is empty except for a wooden armoire. Sorry. That's it. It's empty.
Okay.
I'll
Good.
check the armoire.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some like rich guy clothing.
Okay. Nothing in here.
Yeah.
Nah.
Let's go check that next room.
So like an Ed Hardy shirt with like a sequin phoenix on the back.
No, it's the Guy Fieri flame shirt.
100%.
Yeah.
And then on the back it says "Welcome to Flavortown."
Yeah.
So that room.
Oh, Saint Gary of Flavortown.
So this room is locked, and it has 2 locks on it. Go for it. These locks aren't like super fancy, but
Well, good, because that's only a 11.
that gets one of them.
Right, all right, go for the other.
Guidance.
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 I believe in you.
All right. As long as someone does.
Oh, Northern Oki, we established earlier. It's
16.
not a royal flush. It's a straight. That they're looking for in their cards. 16 will pop that second lock. This room is painted sky blue with golden arches twisting along the walls in a spiraling pattern. 2 twin beds make this room feel a bit cramped. A small cabinet is in one corner, and that's all you can see from the doorway.
Okay. I'll try the cabinet this time.
Okay, and the cabinet, it's not locked. Small cabinet holds cloaks and fine clothes that are men's clothes, it looks like, and a pouch with about 100 gold is hidden in the pocket of one of those cloaks.
Nice.
I'm a whole 100 gold more rich.
And all of your passive perceptions are high enough that I'll give this one to you. Some of the floorboards are loose.
Yeah.
You notice walking across the room that some of them are kind of...
I'll start picking at him.
Anything?
And so I need an investigation check.
Yeah.
I break a nail and stop and ask someone else to do it.
I'll try.
My
I'll give myself
investigation is like
guidance.
nothing.
With your little claws.
Yeah, I'll try and give myself guidance.
It's not trained in
Oh,
investigation.
well, hold on.
You got gooder than I did.
Gooder, 19.
Not really. You're not finding anything.
Okay.
Someone give them
Yeah, well, I think 19 wasn't high enough.
A 19 is not
a
high
reroll. It was
enough.
just shy.
Ooh.
One number shy, you might think.
We need a dirty 20.
We need a dirty 20. We need an auto crit.
Yes.
Right.
An auto. Need a $5 make a holla for our auto crit. $5 make a holla for the auto crit.
For the kids.
For the
In
children's.
the arms of the angel.
Give me my best pouty face.
My nose is itchy. If you don't live in Oklahoma, it's peak fall allergy season right now.
You're waking up every morning to allergy alerts on your phone
Mm.
at 8 a.m.
That's tree pollen, guys.
The drainage.
It doesn't look like anyone's gonna.
Nope, don't think so. I need somebody help. Anybody help.
try.
I need someone help.
I can
I'm gonna give you bardic inspiration.
And give you the guidance.
I'll let him add his
hopefully-
bardic to his thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So to your 19. So you'll, no matter what, you're gonna get.
Was it a
Well, let's-
D10?
Yeah, D10.
Yes, D10 for bardic.
Yay. Uh-oh. I just let the demon in.
So that's a 26.
Okay, DC 20 was what you needed.
Okay.
You find a book under one of the floorboards. It's a leather-bound book, gold lettering on the front says the Heptameron of Raziel.
The
Tamaran
of Raziel.
If you just kind of open it and look through it, you'll get kind of just by looking at it. The Heptameron of Raziel is an incomplete 13th century medieval tome that details the histories of 6 angels: Anael, Cassiel, Gabriel, Michael, Raphael, and Sakiel. Oddly, Raziel is not included amongst them. The book is written in an ancient version of Common and contains incantations, explanations of amulets, and minor prayers of divination. And if someone wants to give an Arcana roll, I can give you more.
Anyone you related to? There, Sathari.
I will actually give this book to Sathari.
Yeah, I want to do. Well, I want to check the 15 Arcana.
Arcana. It's just not a 15. It's just a 12. But
I don't know who I'm related to. we could be related, Isa. If you think about it.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I'm not so sure.
Might
If
make
we
things a
have
little.
more in common than you think.
It might make a few things a little awkward, don't you think?
Is anyone doing a
Isa.
Arcana?
15 on Arcana.
Okay, so you identify the book as mostly ineffective white magic. But in the book you do find some helpful information, and I'm gonna show you.
Yay.
And then I think Alvaro finally came through for us, but we might have to save it for later. We appreciate you.
That
So
Twitch delay.
this is what you see here is how to exorcise a demon, exorcism of a demon. So it specifically says you need these 3 things to happen. All the demon's blood and bile must be removed from the location. The demon must be present in spirit or in body, and the proper ritual of exorcism must be performed in full and the demon named.
Well
The
then.
true name of the demon.
Well then.
Okay.
All right. Is that the last room on the hall?
Yes. So let's go back to the map.
And there was one across the hall from the stairs.
Yeah.
Go back to the map.
I'm starting to get a little curious, because so we know that there's a little demon in here what likes to eat treasures, right? I mean, what is the Veil of Shadows but, quite an impressive piece of treasure?
Yeah.
What if that little blighter has it?
So you have explored all of the rooms on the north side and the west side, and then you just got this one room on the east,
Yeah.
the southeast side.
Yeah. Check out
Let's go to that one.
That room is unlocked. Weirdly.
Well then, that's just an invitation to come right on in.
Yeah.
It's breathtaking in its total use of whites and golds. A massive chandelier hangs from the ceiling, and a polished wooden floor is perfectly crafted, nearly acting like a mirror to anyone who enters the room. A large, soft bed is in the middle of the room, draped in lightweight, ivory-colored silks. This is the master bedroom, essentially. Is the idea
That's
you
why
get.
is
So
that a closet right to
that's
the
a
south?
closet.
Yeah.
Duke
Okay,
Montmorency's room. All of your passives are high enough that you can see under a chair in the room is a worn copy of the Book of Mischief, written by 2 anonymous authors. A simple bookmark marks the page to help find the wine. And there you go. There's that.
Quizzy,
I
you're
wanna
very
go
cute, but you're
investigate
making
his
it very
massive
difficult.
closet.
Okay, Montmorency's great closet is as big as his bedroom. The room is lined with mahogany shelves upon which are stacked all kinds of the remnants of his life, including portraits of lovers, gifts from the king, wonderful and fancy hats, perfumes, and a ring collection worth 1,000 gold.
Wow.
An antique casco helmet of the Western conquistadors is on display, along with a fine Northern cavalry saber. Also stacked on the closet shelves are Borromini's plans for Thresher Manor. These plans clearly show that in the study there is a hidden closet. And among the plans is a letter, which I have in here. It's this one, and it says, M. Montmorency, your island of St. Madra is Isola Bellissima, although it is too hot for my throat and for my buttocks, and I shall return to the southern kingdom on the morrow. The thrushes sing beautifully, and I shall miss their sweetness in my teeth. I could not position your manor exactly where you wanted, as the tides of the eastern bay are too violent to bring me my supplies with the regularity that I need. However, it's at its new position. While digging the foundation for your abode, I have uncovered a small but geometric cave filled with black quartz, which reflects wonderfully in the lamplight. I have called it the Osservatorio Nero, or Black Observatory, and I shall build you a special entrance to it that I am sure you will enjoy. All else is being built according to my design. Your servant man, Trudeau, has been gracious and tolerates my poor humor. I hope that you one day grow tired of your Southern King's court, so you should fully see your Thresher Manor. Your friend and servant, F. Borromini.
All right.
So
throughout this entire thing, we've never found a green vase, have we?
No, we did. There was one back down in the
hearth room.
Yeah.
We just have to go back downstairs.
Yeah, just have to go back down there. I just haven't done that yet.
Okay.
And then also, what I will show you, excuse me, is this. Looking at the plans, because you have the plans to the house, you can see that the secret entrance that he talked about is in this little corner of the study. That's why that study is shaped so funny. In this little corner is a room that you couldn't find because none of you rolled high enough perception.
We're warming the dice up.
Okay.
All right, let's
It's
go
fine.
back.
It's all good. Don't worry about it.
Let's go back downstairs.
Back to the main floor.
There was a hidden room.
Yeah.
Of course, there's a hidden room.
I just didn't know there was a hidden room.
So yeah, back down to the main floor. Nothing much seems to have changed. If you go through the dining room at all, you'll notice that Madame de Scourier is no longer in there, but Gaspard is making a little bit of progress getting poor Trudeau extradited from the chandelier.
Should we help with that, or are we just gonna keep going?
He seems like he has it.
Yeah.
All right. Just curious.
So where are you going?
Well, firstly, to the hearth, so we can find that.
Okay.
Because we're still missing a jack.
You are in the hearth room. Anne is she's still there on the couch reading her book.
Go check that vase that's on the mantle.
Okay. So you take the vase off the mantle, you dump the wilted flowers out, and there's nothing in there.
Yeah.
What?
I bet that key would be a very valuable thing.
Throw it on the ground and smash the vase.
And anger.
And goes, what are you doing? That is a nice vase. Madame Descourier brought that all the way from Villemont. That's how you break our things. Make a mess. And Trudeau's dead now. Who has to clean that up? I have to clean that up.
Yeah, so get cleaning.
Congratulations, you've been promoted.
She's going to throw her book down in a huff and leave the room. But nothing is in the vase. But I bet that key is very valuable. Do you know of anything that likes to eat valuable things?
That little git.
Jerry, do you have something in your
Wink,
eye?
wink, because it's 3:40.
You have to summon the demon elbow glass.
So, Gaspar mentioned that he had thought that he caught it, but and put it in a cage downstairs, but that the cage seemed empty now. But if you remember the passage about Glacialabos in the book, mentioned that he can be invisible.
Yeah, it can be invisible.
I
well
remember
read.
that.
Silver shows his true nature.
I'm gonna cast See Invisible. It lasts an hour.
Okay. You don't see anything invisible in this room.
Down to
no,
the
we're gonna
basement.
go downstairs.
Yeah, go down.
You
Then
gotta
we go
to the
downstairs.
Okay, so you go out this door, kind of around the stairs, back to the doorway behind. And give me your marching order here.
Well, I guess the authorities.
Hey, Michael.
Me.
Yes.
Oh no.
So Dunic would like you to do your best Shatner impression.
Oh no.
There's the American
Sorry,
comma,
you've
the Oxford comma.
Got
and the
to
Shat-
go downstairs now, because if you don't go downstairs, we're all going to die. This is so very important. That if you don't, this ship, everything that I've lived for, this is what we need to do. Go downstairs and find the key.
So who's
Okay, if
going?
the alien
Those
is
are your best friends.
If the demon is a hot green alien chick, it's all over.
We're out.
Yeah.
So what was the marching order you
Me.
gave me? Okay, so sorry. I need a DC 15 dex saving throw.
The angel in heavy armor. Clunk, clunk,
How
clunk, clunk,
about
clunk,
how
Oh,
about
no.
6?
Okay, so
clunk,
you
clunk, 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 clunk.
you slip and fall down the stairs
Oh no.
and take
Impossible. I
six-
have wings.
6 damage.
Okay, I'll take that.
I run down after him very quickly. Safari, stop. Wait.
If anyone looks at the stairs, actually Frostfall, give me a survival or a nature, since you're
Okay.
my outdoorsy kitty.
I'll do survival. Natural 20 for 27.
So you take your pinky and you put it in the stuff and you kind of sniff it and you lick your pinky. It's duck blood.
You.
I should have ducked.
And it seems like somebody like this seems purposeful. You aren't sure kind of the circumstances, but this seems like someone did this on purpose.
Okay.
I'm gonna slowly
Weird.
walk downstairs.
Okay, so and since you're riding on that natural 20, at the bottom of the stairs or down the stairs and at the bottom of the stairs, there are tracks and they are alligator tracks. An alligator has drugged something down these stairs.
Okay.
Quasi recently in the last 24 hours, but not like 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
With a Loki helmet.
Sure.
Gold horns.
Okay.
So let me give you the map to
Mr. Croaky is a
cellar.
wanted criminal.
We must survive. You must survive.
We have to come together and work on this puzzle.
Okay, so there is the cellar. So you're coming down these stairs, and that trail of blood is going to go all the way to this door at the end. You have a door immediately to the right as you get down to the bottom of the stairs, and then you have a hallway that stretches to the left and right with one door each at the end of the hall there.
I'm going to stand up.
Yes.
Good job.
And push that first door open.
Okay, that door, 4 crates of what you assume to be wine are there. An oil lamp sits on a small shelf near the door, illuminating a heavy book in the corner of the room, which catalogs the contents of the crates in detail. Someone give me a history check.
18.
About a third of the wines are extraordinarily expensive, with some costing more than double the salary of an average laborer in the area. Most, however, are cheap, like $2 chuck.
I'm going to take the expensive wine and put it in my backpack.
Okay.
And anything else in here?
Nope.
Okay, let's go to the next one on the right as we kind of around the corner, around the.
Okay.
Okay, so a hand-carved sign on this sturdy imported door reads, "For the brachios and the swillbellies," which gives you the idea that this is the resident drunk tank.
Okay.
Ah.
It's heavily like reinforced and heavily locked. Like even Isa looking at it, you're not sure
No.
if you'd be able to unlock it.
Not this one. Not without a key.
All right, let's go check the next door down.
The door to the south or the door in the middle?
The down of the store to the south.
Okay, the door to the south.
Just remember, Elisard, once before the end of the night, you can cast a 7th level spell.
I know. If I had one that would like, yes, I know, and I've been looking at them.
A massive steaming sinkhole lies in the middle of this otherwise empty room. The pit plummets into unfathomable darkness. And then if someone wants to give me a perception, you might get some...
Before perception's done, can I cast light and throw it in there? I am a beacon of light.
Sure.
Okay. I'll cast light in. So 30 feet-ish, whatever you want to do with the modifier on a roll for that.
So dropping something into the crevasse, I need you to make me an intelligence roll. So take your favorite intelligence stat.
Okay.
So investigation.
0 is 0 across the board. 6.
So your light goes down a ways and then disappears. Weird.
That's weird. My light stopped. Then I go stare at the wall behind me.
But if someone wants to give me perception and roll better than he did,
I will look down the hole.
26.
Okay, so
another crit for a 27.
You guys are
Yay, crit.
So essentially, what you're gonna get, what you would have gotten on that perception roll, and what he would have gotten if he had rolled higher on his intelligence.
Pretty cool cat.
You hear with your kitty cat ears what sounds to be a boiling ocean below. And that looking at you watched as that light went down and did the math in your head. The water is about 50 feet below the cellar floor. But you didn't actually see it. His light kind of went out before it actually got close to the water. But you can hear what sounds like boiling water.
Okay. It sounds like very hot water down there.
Yeah.
It's very hot.
It's very hot.
Well then, I suggest none of us fall in, yeah?
Yeah.
Also in this room on the far side is a door that leads into a smaller room. And then you have the big sinkhole in the middle. Like it's like big. You have to
Let's avoid the sinkhole and go check out that door.
Okay, that door is also not locked. My horns keep trying to fall off. Here we go. You have found the water closet. A wooden box with a hole in its top. A wooden box with a hole in its top sits in the small claustrophobic room. A sign hangs above the box. It says, "Praise the mouth of the king."
Oh, dang. Wow.
Okay, let's check out that last door.
With the blood going to it.
With the blood going to it? So there is a big. Let me scan here. This is
And
not.
Elisard, I'm not hearing Shatner. Sorry, my headphones might be messed up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I completely forgot. Yes, I've fallen behind.
So,
Let's go. Check
do I
out
need
this
to add
room.
like 5 minutes to his timer?
You do need to add a five.
Yes.
Money's worth.
Yes,
for the
and
kids.
it's yes, I completely agree because I should be
Okay.
talking.
So
Shatner.
this room is not locked. It is a nice heavy reinforced door, but it is not locked. It is a large room. The walls are stone. There are 2 lamps that cast warm flickering light across the cluttered chamber. A variety of iron tools, strips of leather, and chains are haphazardly tossed on tables. A horrible, rotten, musky smell fills the room, which undoubtedly causes you to gag as you enter. And because you all have dark vision, I can just tell you what else is in the room.
Beacon of light.
A corpse hangs on the wall, his arms suspended outward by rusty manacles. A placard hangs around his neck that says sinful and treacherous. And when anyone wants to make a medicine check, I can tell you how he died.
Medicine. Dibs.
I check his pockets and look for loose change.
There's not.
Oh my God, I rolled a 1. No, I rolled a 19. 28.
He suffocated while hanging in this position.
He suffocated while hanging in this position. As I walk over to investigate him, I notice the leather straps on the table and I trip over Ice's suddenly extended, very stiff tail.
Rude. One of the
Oi!
tables.
Which way you going, mate?
On one of the tables lies the belly-up carcass of a large alligator, seemingly dissected. The stench of its open stomach and hanging entrails overwhelming. And anyone wants to give me a medicine or a nature check, I can give you more information about the alligator's body.
No, Mr. Croaky.
You see
20.
the little horns lying there.
Dirty 20 on the Loki gator.
Yeah.
So someone was awkwardly trying to dissect this thing's stomach, although all that seems to be in there is the unsightly remains of fish and rodents, and the alligator was killed by a sword or an axe blow to the skull. Finally, 2 half-buried iron cages are planted in the ground in the corner. On one cage hangs another placard that says lazy and gut foundered. Both cages are locked with a large metal padlock. The keys to this cage can be found hanging on the wall behind the door.
Well then, that makes it easy.
Do we have anything silver? Because apparently silver is what we need to show this thing's true form.
Oh, Sathari, your spell is still going, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
So in the lazy and gut foundered cage, there is a dog-like demon with coal black wings, and it's making a horrible face at you, but is staying very quiet.
I saw.
What?
Oh, this is actually a great chance, Sathari, to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, okay, I have wisdom.
Yeah, well, clear.
I just don't have good dice. 10. I rolled a 1. I rolled a 1.
A percentile.
Mother puss bucket.
Let me flip back to my madness.
It is. Don't tell me, Michael. What is it? What did I roll?
68.
Okay.
68. This character experiences vivid hallucinations and has disadvantage on ability checks. So the fairies appear.
Do you see that? It's in there.
What? What's in there?
Thing from your book with fairies doing its hair. Give me the book. Give me the book. Give me the book. Give me the book. I'll show you.
Okay. Chill.
Flip. Shit, I stop shooting away. Stop. Flip. This. And I was like, this.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
It's in there with like fairies.
Okay.
It's all right. I
It's
don't
all
know what
good.
it's doing, but the fairies are like setting dinner.
It's all right. It's fine. It's going to be just fine, Sathari. I will kneel down. And
I'll kneel down too.
I will speak to it in Infernal.
What do you say?
Yeah.
I will call it by its true name, its Latin name, since we learned it.
It growls
In the
at
book.
you.
Oh,
It's
didn't
like
like that. Didn't like that. That did you? No, not at
I'm
all.
gonna try and shoo the fairies away from it to save them.
No, not at all. Well, friend. Well, little one. So, here's the deal. You have things that I want. There's a key. A little triangular key. And I can either banish you back to whence you came, or you can give it to me. And I can let you go.
He growls. Grr.
So you choose death.
Grr.
Fine then.
So since he's in a cage, essentially, melee, I'm letting like you can hit with advantage essentially because you're like poking through the bars with like a sword or something. But if you try to hit it with range, you're gonna be at disadvantage because you gotta like finagle it through the bars, unless you do an AOE, of course.
I'm gonna cast Finger of Death on it.
Okay.
Oh.
So.
Which is a 7th level spell.
Uh-huh.
I need. Let me pull this up. I need a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, we'll add his con to it, but it's only he rolled a 6, so that's an 8.
Okay. He takes 78 plus 3 damage. He takes 58 points of damage.
Full dead. Full dead. Just dead.
Yeah. Thank you, Finger of Death. Thank you, 7th level spell.
Woo!
Yay!
I used the power of my one finger. That one finger did more than an entire hand could do. Whole armies have come.
His body kind of slumps against the side of the cage there.
I said, maybe you should try to find this key that we're looking for.
Yeah. Pull him. Unlock the cage, pull him out. Roll up me sleeves.
Yeah, I need a medicine or a nature
I'm going to give you bardic inspiration.
to do this
I'll
autopsy.
give you guidance as well.
Okay, so you've got guidance and bardic.
Guidance. Bardic.
My
and
forehead
then,
itches.
depending on how we roll, we may be adding the Dark One's own luck.
You're having an allergic reaction.
No, I think it's my hair making my
It's probably
forehead.
just drying out.
Yes.
All right. That will be a 26.
Okay, so you like get in there. You don't cut a hole bigger than you need to. You find his stomach, and
It's just
in
like
that
gutting a
stomach-
fish. It's all good.
Inside that stomach is a small triangular shaped key.
There we go.
Eating fish again.
And for the viewers at home, that thing was just using Hellhound stats, so it 7th level spell, a little bit of an overkill, but it's fine.
It's all right.
I mean,
You got a
You
free
have to
7th
use
level
it.
spell. You got to use it when you got to use it.
you use it when you use it, You just... Yeah, it's overkill, but was it awesome? Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go. You get the key
right.
out of his stomach, and I think there's oh no, that's the one thing in his stomach. I was double checking.
Yes. So let's head back up to where we need to go.
So you go back up to the hearth room, I assume, just for expediency's sake here. You put it in the Boca de Veritas. It clicks, you turn it, and you hear a click from the study. You go into the study, which is right next door, and you notice that the one part of the wall is just a little bit farther out than it used to be.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you can go ahead and open that door. Excuse me. Let me get over to that page in my book. Okay, here we go. geometric key. When the key is turned in the mouth, the door quietly clicks open, revealing a dark shaft that descends vertically. A rope hangs from the ceiling, which would allow you to climb down.
Yeah,
I can dig it.
If you are going to climb down, I need DC 15 athletics to avoid taking damage.
How far down does this look like it goes?
It is 25 feet.
Okay.
Michael.
So Frostfall, you can just climb down the walls without any problems.
Oh my gosh.
Did you guys all roll?
I have a -1 in athletics. I rolled a 1.
So who wants that
therefore,
auto crit
ergo.
from earlier? That
I don't, because I have wings.
There you go.
As
You
I'm falling,
can go straight down. You can fly down.
I glide. I fall with style.
Yeah, there you go.
Did anyone else fall?
Hold on, I'm still checking. Athletics, right?
Athletics, yes.
I got a 2.
Oh.
16.
Okay, 16 passes, 2 fails, 2 is gonna take 10 damage for the fall. You grab a hold of the rope, and as you go to try to climb down the rope, you forget how to climb down, and you just get really bad rope burns on your hands.
Ouch.
You just slide. Because you
Have
think
some
to yourself,
salve
damn, I
for
should have
that.
borrowed Hathor's gloves.
Oh, Hathor.
Yeah.
So-
poor Hathor.
Let me get over to
She has
that
lovely
part.
giant wings.
Okay, so you find yourself in what looks like a natural cavern. So it's no longer like a man-shaped house, it's like a natural cave, and made out of ebony rock. Flecks of lustrous spar makes the walls of the cave sparkle in low light. There ahead of you is like it's just a big cavern, like a cave. It's cave shaped.
Cave of Wonders.
It's not lion or tiger shaped like the Cave of Wonders. It's just cave shaped.
Just a cave.
Okay.
So,
Anything else that we see in here?
Yeah.
If you want to give me a perception check, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember?
13.
21.
21 gets it. So if you, at first glance, it looks like the cave is just like a single room, but if you, however, upon a closer examination, the tunnel just compresses dramatically. The walls here are slick with lamp oil, and which would kind of, help you ease through, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Okay.
Which
I
allows
was
all
fine
the
until you laughed, damn it.
it allows all but the largest of people to uncomfortably squeeze through. Squeezing through, however, makes anyone more vulnerable to fire damage because you're covered in lamp oil.
Okay.
So, I do also have another problem to introduce to this equation.
No.
Wild magic.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's an okay
Who
thing.
did that?
Somebody
I'll roll
it.
it.
Go for it.
Or Isa, because they haven't yet.
Oh, okay. Sure, I've been rolling like absolute garbage today.
Boy.
Roll the one that turns one of you into a potted plant.
Yeah.
Please.
Turned our skin blue.
Oh no. Not again.
Oh no.
Oh
I'm
no,
blue.
not again.
Power
Great.
plant.
Yes.
There we go. Okay. Da-da-da-da-da.
Oh, I forgot at last year's Extra Life, a wild magic surge turned wildfire into a sheep.
Really?
All right, I rolled a 30.
What does a 30 get?
30 is you and a creature of your choice within 60 feet of you teleport simultaneously,
Nope, just
swapping
you.
places with
Just
each
one.
other.
Just one person.
You
You
and a
teleport
creature of
just
your
60
choice.
feet to an occupied space of your choice. that you
Teleport
can
up
see.
to 60 feet to an
Does-
unoccupied
yeah.
space of your choice that you can see.
Unfortunately, here, you know what? I'll say, sure, one of you can essentially teleport through here and not get covered in lamp oil.
There you go.
We'll roll a
Isa.
same d4, so 1 Isa, 2 Elisar, 3 Sathari, 4 Frostfall. That's a 1 Isa.
Woo! Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
So Isa's not
The
covered. The one
fireproof
that's already,
person.
I was about to say, the one that's already resistant to fire.
I already have resistance to fire.
That's fine. So you poof through, and your buddies have to squeeze through and are now a little greasy.
Yes.
Okay.
So you get through, and on the other side, it opens up again a little bit wider, and a body lies crumpled near some rubble. An obvious and grotesque wound in the man's skull indicates a shot to the head.
Oh, we just
An
lost
empty
you.
pistol. What?
You're back. You froze for me. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Me too.
You
I
did.
will read it again. A body lies crumpled near some rubble. An obvious and grotesque wound in the man's skull indicates he was killed by a gunshot to the head. An empty pistol is located in the corpse's hand. And you guys all looked at the portraits in the hearth room, so you can identify this as Montmorency,
Okay.
the previous master of the house.
Just wanted to give a shout
Rip.
out to Dunek for that last WoW Magic Surge. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dunek.
Thank you.
I want
We
to give
are-
a shout out to Monk Morrissey. He was better in the Smiths than when he went solo.
Love
Yeah.
Morrissey.
I was gonna say we're $2. We are $2 away from $300, but
Nice.
$200 away from our goal. So
Come on, guys.
come on, guys.
We can do this.
We can
Come
do
on,
this.
you got this.
Right?
Towards the end here. So ahead, large carved pillars jut out of the cavern floor in this section, spiraling outward from a cross-like pillar in the center of the room. Despite the simplicity of the stone pattern, entering the labyrinth is dizzying. The walls seem to close in, the paths appear to multiply, and it is easy to find yourself walking in circles, believing there are multiple exits when in fact there is none. So everybody gets to give me a madness check. So a wisdom saving throw.
Am I still madness?
No, you good.
I do have a
so-
question for mine. Since I'm used to being in the Underdark, does this still count?
I'll let you go with advantage.
Okay.
And then
wisdom?
wisdom saving throw. So Elisard and Frostfall, you have DC 10. Isa and Sathari, you have DC 11 because you are you failed once already.
I beat it.
25,
Yeah.
baby.
Good job.
13.
Oh, both my rolls were the same, but it's a 15.
So yeah, yay! Everybody is safe.
Nice. A crit.
Um,
Yeah.
So succeeding on the madness check also lets the PCs discover
First crit I rolled
that
tonight.
so you discovered the center of the maze. So the center of the maze is like a big cross-shaped sculpture, like structure, and on each of the 4 points of the cross, so are three utterly beautiful men, each manacled to the pillar with golden chains. Their pale marbled skin is flawless, and they are naked, but for a simple white covering. They seem to be unconscious or sleeping, although one stirs and murmurs restlessly. And the 4th point on the cross also contains manacles, but they are undone. Their captive gone. Above each set of manacles is a name carved into a bronze plate. Lahash, Eligor, Zakun, and Margadiel, which is over the broken manacles. So the last name is over the broken manacles. Sathari specifically, give me a religion or arcana check.
On it. On it, boss.
It's just time to go where angels fear to tread.
It's religion and it's 12.
Oh, that's exactly what you needed.
Yay!
So you're looking at these names, you're thinking about it, and you have your memories of before you found yourself on the material plane are fuzzy at best. And you kind of get some like happy feelings, but that's really all you can muster. But you suddenly Jimmy Neutron style get a brain blast, and you recognize these names. At first you get like a sinking bad feeling with those names, and you think about it a little bit more, and you realize these are fallen angels. They were banished from heaven for interfering with the divine. And then if you give me another religion check, now that you've recognized them, it might get you a little bit more information about them if you want to. You don't have to though.
30, 20.
So you recognize Lahash and Zakun as angels who fell and were exiled after they gathered like a small group of angels and they were intercepting prayers and twisting them before they reached the heavens.
Oh,
And
guys,
then
these are angels. They were stealing people's prayers. They were stealing hope. And they were struck down, but it's weird that they were brought down to here.
Well, then.
So two of them are like dead to the world asleep. The one that's kind of like shifting a little bit in his sleep is under the placard that says Lahash.
Is that in your book, Isa?
I say mine's just
Isa's book is about demons. You
yeah.
have the book about angels.
Yeah, I gave you the angel book. So
Yeah.
sorry.
But he's not in there.
We'll check mine just in case.
He's not in your book
Right.
either.
Okay.
But I said, if you're going to look in your book, hold on. There's something. Let me look. Hold on. It's in the library here.
Tails wagging.
Okay.
But say at this point, like I'm probably
Okay,
back
so-
in tiefling form, and I haven't since we're down
Yeah.
under the ground. I haven't noticed.
So looking in your book, you
Check the index.
Let me see if I can't find it's actually right here. So in the Lesser King of Solomon, which is the book that you have.
I would say check the appendix, but this is D&D. Oh.
Haha. So you find, and you can see here, Margardiel is a name that is on one of those placards. It's the one above the empty manacles.
Mhm.
And you recognize this symbol as also appearing on your Two of Diamonds playing card that was nailed to the door of Count Murgod's room.
Okay.
Click,
Oh.
click, 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 click. The card, the pieces, they're lining up.
They are lining up.
I've made a connection. Connected two dots.
Look at our little Isa Nancy Drew.
So, I'm wondering, what's our little count? What came in, took over? What if he is Magadiel?
Right.
And he's the demon of this place.
And obviously. So.
Do you remember how to get rid of a demon? We had that clue on how to get rid
That
of
was
it.
in Safari's book.
Yeah.
We had to
You
get
have
it.
to have
True
all of
name.
The true name. You have to have all of the blood, which you have noticed a lot of blood on these playing cards. Maybe you need the full hand.
Yeah.
And then he has to be present.
Right.
Yeah. So we still have to find the Jack.
Jack.
Yes. We're
Haven't
still
found-
down one Jack.
But I'm starting to put 2 and 5 together,
All right.
and I'm getting 10.
Okay. Anything else we can find in this area?
Nope, there's just those 3 guys that are chained up. Like I said, 2 are dead to the world. Lahash seems like you could wake him up if you wanted to. But you are not you could if you wanted to, but you also are welcome. Like you have plenty of information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you just really feel like he could add. You can always come back if you need
Yeah.
to.
I mean, there's just two last things that we've got to find,
Right.
which is the veil itself. But then, if we find that Jack, we can banish Magadiel and get him out of the picture.
You
Right.
think finding the Jack is going to lead to the veil?
Perhaps.
I'm going to tell you right now, in the interest of time, they are in the same room.
I'm going to
Ooh,
cast
fancy.
locate object and think of a Jack in this art style of the cards we've already found.
You know what? In the interest of time, I'm going to allow it. You get a feeling of up.
Yeah.
So I reach up
Well,
and I close my hand and I pull it down. Do I have it?
No.
like Link.
Yeah.
Farther up. as
Yeah.
in like.
Gotta go to the first floor.
Tiptoes.
We have to go up the first floor.
Oh, okay.
So
I
if
eyeball
you-
that rope suspiciously.
I was about to say I need another, but since you're going up instead of down, you can do athletics or acrobatics.
I'm just gonna
Is
climb up.
it kind of dim light here?
Sure.
I'm just gonna kind of use my in dim light. You can kind of fly for a minute thing and
Oh yeah, 100%.
go back up. Yeah,
That's fine. We don't really care.
I'll check one of those off.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my climbing speed
Yeah,
again.
Connor. Yeah, Frostfall can climb no problem. Claws.
I think. I'm going to. I think I can do this.
Will a 13 work?
You know what? It takes you a lot longer than you hoped it would, and honestly, you don't look very graceful doing it, but you get up there.
I am going to cast Enhance Ability on myself. Advantage on dexterity checks. It doesn't take damage from falling 20 feet or less. So cast
That
that
is
spell.
as the shaft is 25 feet.
Yeah. So cast that spell, and then it's a
Acrobatics.
Acrobatics.
Athletics or acrobatics, you can choose. Whatever is your better. Yeah, I
Advantage.
figured as much.
And then probably
17.
once I'm back on the first floor.
17, and
Yeah.
this lasts for an hour.
So Sathari, now that you're back on the ground floor, now you feel it's down. Not quite as far down as you were because it was up from there, but down. Maybe the cellar. I would look in the cellar.
I want to look in the cellar, not the basement, but the cellar. I'm bringing my familiar.
No,
Oh.
gee.
It's me. I want a black cat.
Magnolia.
But Polar Bear, my cat, is very happy as a single child.
Yeah.
Those cats are.
Okay, so back to
No,
the
man.
cellar.
Cats
There's
are like
your
potato
map.
chips.
Yes.
So Sathari, when you guys come down the stairs, since you know the blood is there, you don't trip. And now you feel it pulling you left, so into the sinkhole room.
Aha.
Joy.
So I feel like we have to go down the sinkhole.
Well, so once he's in the sinkhole room, because he's thinking about the jack, it actually is pulling him across the room
Oh.
into that water closet.
Oh.
Ah.
Because he was thinking specifically about the jack.
So if we investigate the water closet.
Yep. So water closet still the same as it was. So you've got the box. Sign that says praise the mouth of the king.
Well, you know, in for a penny, in for a pound.
Yeah.
I've already got demon guts
you-
under my nails, so.
So who is doing what? If someone's gonna move the box, you know who's moving the box.
I'll move the box.
Okay. Oh, well, that's good for you. I rolled absolute garbage. So,
Hey.
knocking the box aside, a snake tries to bite you but misses, Sathari. And I need initiative rolls.
Oh.
You guys can call me for
Initiative?
this. Yeah,
Initiative?
You're
What's that? We
sneaky.
haven't done that this whole time.
I know. But you gotta
19.
find
I
a
actually
crap.
got a decent initiative.
you gotta
I
find a
got-
snake.
Oh.
And I don't even have a pencil out.
Also got a 19.
Okay, so Frostfall got a 19.
I think your dex
Elisard.
probably beats mine.
I'm a +3 dex.
Yeah, yours beats
Okay,
mine.
so Frostfall, Elisard, Isa, and sorry.
Got an 8.
Welcome to Poppy's world. Sathari, what did you get?
12.
Okay. And Frostfall, Elisard, you guys got 19s, right?
Right.
Yeah, I had the higher dex.
Okay, so this guy, the snake, rolled a 18 on the die, so he is going to beat you, and he's going to try to bite Elisard again.
Yeah.
He's a snake.
And he misses again. He rolled a 4. Frostfall, it is your turn. You have a snake. He's a coral snake. A 3-foot venomous coral snake has made its home inside the toilet in this room. While normally shy, the manor has made the serpent more aggressive than usual. It will attempt to bite anyone who disturbs its home.
Okay. So I'll pull out my vicious rapier. So it looks a lot sharper than normal. And go up and try and make an attack on it.
Go for it.
So that's a natural 1 for all of an 8.
Okay, you miss. He's dodging. He's dipping. He's dodging.
Okay. But since I am technically a Gloomstalker Ranger, I get an additional attack.
Go for it.
Because I went first, or I'm like, it's my first turn in this combat. That's a 12.
Misses too.
Okay.
He has a low AC, but not quite that low.
Okay. And
then the extra attack.
Yeah. So do at-will cantrips count as... Oh, yeah, it's an action. Never mind. Okay, then I'll do another attack.
Go for it.
Yay, dirty 20.
Yay!
That hits him.
Yay. Okay.
He doesn't have a lot of damage. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of hit points, so you could probably... It's just a snake.
11.
Stomp on him.
Crazy enough, this guy has exactly 11 hit points.
Funny.
So you try to swipe at him a couple times and you miss, and then the third time you come across with your backhand and you just clean take its head off. And you have a snake. And if you kick the snake to the side, you'll notice peeking out of the corner there, the
Jack.
The
Nice.
Jack of Diamonds.
Is the veil anywhere around? Because I felt like the Jack of Diamonds and the veil were in the same place.
They were in the same kind of general area.
We're gonna have to look in that sinkhole.
Yeah, you're gonna have to look in the sinkhole.
Yeah.
I figured the sinkhole was special because it was a sinkhole.
Yeah. We gotta brave the sinkhole.
I think so.
So, just a reminder, sinkhole at least 50 feet down as far as Frostfall is aware, and there is the sound of boiling water down there.
Is it kind of dim?
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty dark down here in general. You guys are all having to use your dark vision.
I'll just fly down.
Okay. Are the walls around it sturdy enough, or is it like
they're like jaggedy rocks.
Okay.
Like a cliff.
So
Thari could fly down there.
I'm gonna fly down there.
Okay, so Thari, I need you. Bing, 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 bing.
Typity.
No, this is my finger tapping. Okay, I need a madness check at disadvantage.
Can I do something before he gets down?
Yeah.
Can I cast Intellect Fortress on him?
Sure.
You, for the duration, you or one willing creature you can see within range has resistance to psychic damage as well as advantage on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws.
Okay, so that he eliminates your disadvantage. You're just rolling straight.
All right. So there we go. Boom. I rolled a 2 for a total of 11.
That's exactly what you need right now.
Yeah.
Because your DC is an 11 right now.
Okay.
Hey.
Okay.
So now that you're down there, I need a DC 15 perception.
Mm-hmm.
And that Intellect
16.
Fortress lasts for an hour.
Awesome.
What, you got 16?
16, yes.
Okay, so you see, you spot the glint of a silver diadem inlaid with gems, which are pure and clear emeralds so dark they look black. Here, the Veil of Shadows is lazily draped over a rocky crag.
Nice.
Nice.
If you
I
want
will
to
take
snatch it, you need to
Just the
give me
veil.
a DC 18 athletics or acrobatics to get it without getting hit by this boiling water. Which you can see now that you're down here is boiling water. I mean, if you roll, if you mess up, you'll still get it. You'll just take.
Ah,
Yeah.
19.
There you go.
Yay! So you grab it, and do you go back up?
Yes.
Okay.
A lot.
And as you reach the top of the thing, and the Veil of Shadows comes out of the crag.
You got a new donor too.
Huh?
I'll say, yeah, we just got our second Red Deer care package of the night has been
Yes.
claimed.
Woo.
Come on,
Autograph
everybody.
those.
Buy those
Autograph
up. Buy those up.
those.
Only $25.
So as Sathari comes out, the boiling water sound gets very, very loud. And appearing out of the sinkhole is a very scary looking guy. He is covered in plate armor that seems to glow from the inside as if the being inside were made of fire. And he has a very large sword in his hand. Roll initiative again.
Yeah.
And this is me. This creature is coming to you from the Creatures Codex.
Creature
Ooh.
Codex.
Yeah.
From
Nice.
Cobalt Press.
Thank you,
That's
Cobalt
the
Press.
Not
The
a sponsor,
first-
but Cobalt Press, we love you.
The first creature I'm actually using out of here. So
Nice.
Cobalt Press, if you would like to sponsor Red Dirt D&D, it's reddirtd@gmail.com. We would love to hear from you.
Drop us a line.
wink. Give me initiatives.
11.
11.
I have 11.
Oh.
You win, though.
Okay.
5.
Oh. Isa.
I got an 8.
Okay. Again.
This is fun.
Let me roll for him. Ooh. I think he's gonna beat all of you.
Probably.
Yeah, because he got an 11 on the die. Okay, so he is going to. He's going to swing his long sword at Sathari because he's the one holding the Veil of Shadows. However,
I just want to let
Safari.
the chat know real fast that Hal is going to match every donation that's made from this point to the end.
There you
Wow.
go.
Yeah,
Hal is
Try and get
us up there.
Hal is
He
matching
says,
every donation.
Dig deep for the children.
For the children.
okay, let me look up something. Hold on. Okay, so Veil of Shadows. Now that you are holding it, unless you plan on letting it go, Sathari, are you
I'm
just gonna
holding
like?
the veil. I'm holding the veil.
Okay. A mortal in possession of the veil knows that they can never hope to unlock its true power. Even so, while warned, the PC gains 5 to their AC. All attacks roll against you with disadvantage, and any allies within 50 feet gain the effects of the Bless spell. But instead of a
Wow.
D4, it's a D6.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Holy crap.
And if
I'm
you
never letting it go.
if you are a creature that has sneak attack, you can roll sneak attack each round regardless of having advantage or not.
If only we had a rogue.
Right.
I know who I'm giving
Because
this
it's a
to.
Time not to have a
Mario,
rogue.
I
Mario.
will tell you guys, just like a little peek behind the curtain here. The Onyx Gem had some cool stuff with it too, but you just immediately handed it
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that was the only option presented to us.
So, he's gonna try to hit Sathari's, but he has to roll with disadvantage because Sathari has the veil.
I will be right back.
He crit, but
I'll miss you.
he also rolled a 4. But he has some crazy things to hit. So, remember, Johnny, your AC is up by 5 now.
Okay.
Does a 16 hit?
Even without the veil. No.
Wow.
So he swings at you, but it doesn't work. He doesn't hit you. Frostfall, it is your turn.
Okay.
So you've got your allies, you've got this crazy, super armored, fire demon man thing.
Is he hovering over the thing, or is he like on ground?
He is he's on ground, but he kind of flew out of the hole.
Oh, okay.
So you don't feel like you could like King Leonidas kick him back into the hole.
Yeah, for sure. I was just wondering if he lives either I do range or get up there.
Yeah, no, he's footed on the ground.
Okay. So first of all, bonus action Hunter's Mark on this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And then sticking with my vicious rapier, I'm gonna go up and take a swing.
Go for it.
So that's a 22 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
Okay. And then so it'll be 11, and then my Hunter's Mark. The Hunter's Mark would just go on one attack, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Wait. No,
Anybody know?
I think it's on. Anyone know Rangers? I think it's on every attack.
Wait, what? Sorry, Hunter's Mark?
Hunter's
Yes.
Mark. Yeah, it's on every attack.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 11 plus 4, so 15 on the first attack.
Okay.
It's my first round in combat, so I get my little extra one.
Yep.
Yes.
It's another 22.
That also hits.
6 plus. Hold on. So another 12.
Okay.
And then my third attack, 21.
That
That
hits.
hit? Okay. 5 plus 4, so another 9.
Yay. So you kind of get your rapier and your felineness and you move fast and you find some weak points in his armor and you feel like you hit. You do a little bit of damage. He's not excited about it. Safari, that is your turn.
All right, so I'm now clicking the pay button, and Sathari just critted. Sathari just critted his guiding bolt.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah. So here is the crit damage. Wow, the bass of my headphones from all those dice rolling on. So that seems low. There's a lot of ones there. 29 is the damage.
Okay.
And anyone who attacks it before the end of my turn gets advantage.
End of
Great.
this turn or next turn?
Any attack roll made against this target before the end of your next turn has advantage. So
Okay.
before the end of my next turn
Okay.
And all
has
people are
advantage. I guess including mine. So,
There you go.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
and it is radiant damage if that matters.
Good to know. Good to know. Isa.
There you go, Hal.
It hurt. That hurted. He didn't like it.
All right.
Isa, it is your turn.
Okay. And
Oh, Hal's giving a crit to someone.
ooh,
Ooh.
Who's he giving it to? I can't see the deets.
hold on. Give me a sec.
There's the echo.
Download the donor report.
1001. There's an echo.
Oh, it's an auto crit random.
Oh, it's me.
It's you.
It should be me.
Random.
One I said, 2 Elisard, 3 Frostfall, 4 Sathari. Where did it go?
Oh no,
Whoever's
cosmic
next.
power incoming.
3. So Frostfall, you get a crit.
Okay.
And who got that spell?
I don't know. That's what.
Is it me? Did I get the spell?
Oh wait, he said hang on. He's probably gonna give it to whoever. I mean,
Alright.
Vulcan logic would dictate whoever's next.
Right.
Is
okay.
it me?
Let's
Am
see.
I the drama?
No.
No.
You don't
Isa.
know.
They gave it to Isa.
Ah,
Ice is next.
snap.
Yes.
Ice is up.
And it is your turn, Isa.
Pick a
Yeah,
level
it's your
7
turn.
spell.
7-level spell.
Power word pain.
Oh
Power
no.
word pain.
Oh no. I hadn't been researching spells. What do I do?
Oh.
There's also the. Oh wait a minute.
All right, 7th level. Let's see.
There was a really divine word.
Divine word. Oh, that's a bonus action too.
Nice.
Could do that and then do what does that do?
Divine word. If it's well, I don't know if it has 50 hit points or less.
Oh yeah.
I've
no.
only hit it a couple of times.
No.
Yeah, I don't think I did that much.
For
damage.
like
we don't
12
Hold
damage
on.
each.
Hold on.
I just noticed the sleepy kitty.
Yes.
He nap.
She nap.
She nap. They
It's my
nap.
girl.
Reverse gravity.
Twin. She's a sleepy girl.
Polar bear sleeps like 26 hours a day.
Cats for you. Actually, Frostfall should probably be asleep right now.
Right? Take a nap. Take a
We
nap
do
right
have
here.
Crown of Stars is always good.
Right? Is that in Tasha's? Where's that one from?
Yeah. No, it's in Xanathar's. And it's a
Xanathar?
bonus
Yeah,
action.
yeah.
You bonus action just keep shooting bars at.
Ooh.
What do you get? You get six. You get 6 balls.
Do we want to let Elisar do his attack while Isa figures out what spell she wants?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's probably the best.
Elisar,
Yeah, I mean,
take
I think
your
I know what I
turn.
want, but
Oh, and
But
auto crit's
by the
going
time
in.
you're done, Isa will have the details hammered out.
I love it.
Yes.
There's an auto crit incoming.
Is there 2 limited cosmic powers that came in?
There are 2 because Hal gave one. Hal's matching everything.
Nice.
So, and then
Hal,
someone
what are
in
you
chat.
doing to me? Hal and
Hal's
Hubby
mad.
are friends.
Well, someone else. Hey, and then yeah, over in chat, Dunico KC says an auto crit.
Nice.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast my Steel Wind Strike. No, I'm gonna cast Hold Monster.
Okay.
So I need a Wisdom saving throw.
How do I know if something? These are monsters, probably, right?
They are.
Yeah, well, Hold Monster is basically anything now.
Okay.
Creature.
Whole person
Yeah.
or
Whole
hold
creature.
monster.
You said wisdom saving throw.
Correct.
Okay, he didn't roll amazing, but he has a decent wisdom. So
Oh.
that's going to be a 22.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's it. Never mind.
Oh, whoops.
He only rolled a
Darn.
12, but he has a plus 10.
Ouch.
Well, that'll do
Plus
it.
10 on Wisdom. Wow. Okay. So no, don't do that again. All right. That was me.
So Elisard, you stick your hand out, you try to, have him freeze and hold and give Isa a chance to wind up whatever she's winding up, because she's clearly
Yes.
winding up something powerful. And he kind of just shrugs his shoulders and grips his sword a little bit tighter, and it didn't work. Isa, what you got for me, babe?
okay. So yeah, I'm gonna do Crown of Stars. It's a 7th level evocation spell. For 1 hour, 7 star-like motes of light appear and orbit around my head until the end of the spell. I can use a bonus action to send one of the motes streaking towards a creature or object within 120 feet of you. When you do so, make a ranged spell attack. On a hit, the target takes 4d12 radiant damage. Whether you hit or miss, the mote is expended. The spell ends early if you expend the last mote. If you have 4 or more motes remaining, they shed bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet. If you have 1 to 3 motes remaining, they shed dim light for a 30-foot radius. So, basically, yeah, I have the seven rings, 7 rings of light, and
Remind
I
me, did you put your lady disguise back on when you guys came back upstairs?
if I did, this would break concentration on it.
Okay.
I was thinking about it. I was going to declare that I was going to, but
So Isa is full beauty tiefling form, and these 7 kind of snowflake stars circle around their head.
But Crown of Stars is in concentration.
it's not.
No.
Oh, well
There
then
is
I
no
drop it
punishment.
voluntarily.
To be
Witness
your natural
me.
self.
It's just letting you know. It's one of my favorite spells.
Nice.
All right, so
Everything from the Xanathar's.
let's roll. Let's roll. And do I still
And
have
remember-
advantage?
You still have advantage, and
until my turn,
you
yeah.
have a D6 of bless
Okay.
because
Yes.
of the Veil of Shadows.
D6 of bless.
It's gonna be hard to not hit him, honestly.
Right.
At
Okay.
that point.
So, and I have a +9 for my spell attack.
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
Gosh.
let me. Yeah, I have a +9 because I have a 4. Yeah, I have 4, 8 from my proficiency in my charisma, and then I have a +1 because I have a +1 raw to the Pact Keeper. So
Yes.
9. So that would be a 19 on from the dice plus the bless, and then plus another 9 would be. Would I have
28?
31?
Yeah.
No.
You're
Something
gonna
like, or
hit him.
28?
Wait.
Yes, 31. Math
You're
is
gonna
not
hit
my
him.
strong point.
You
Okay,
hit
Carrie's
him.
so disappointed.
so that's 4d12. So that's 1, 2,
Why you kill my monster?
3.
And that's pretty.
I need one more.
Yeah, a whole bunch of D12s, huh?
I don't
Right,
use
'cause
d12s that
I
often.
was about to say, I'm the same way. I don't use D12
What
very
about
often.
Todd or Dave or Steve or Barbarian?
His name is Kevin.
Kevin. I just remember Kevin.
Because he's your boy Kevin Smith because he's a blacksmith.
Funny.
And he only uses D12s for his hit dice right now.
So that's 34 points of
34
radiant.
of radiant damage.
Yeah.
Ow! So this little
you, Hal.
this little star shoots away from Ice's head and kind of goes right into the face plate of this guy's helmet because he has one of those like Roman style helmets so you can kind of see part of his face, and it like goes in and hurts him. Ouch. He's hurt. If he had a nose, it would be bleeding a little bit.
And I can do that 7 more times.
Okay, so
Or
that
no,
is your
sorry,
turn.
6 more times.
Elisard took his turn.
Yeah.
And
It
then we
is-
also did. So Hal also gave us another limited cosmic power.
To who?
To somebody random. Well, I've
Who's
had
next?
one.
Yeah,
Elisard's
I
had one.
So
Okay,
give it to
so-
either
So it's either
Frostfall or
Frostfall or
Safari.
Sathari.
So sorry, you can take it. I don't want to look it up.
Okay.
Are you sure?
I'm ready.
I think
I was
Safari's got
gonna
it.
roll it, but Sathari is on you, but it's not your turn right now. It is the knight's turn. And he is going to move back, feet, and target. Ooh. Yes, so he is going to he's going to take one hand off his sword and roar and reach a hand out towards you and try to hit you with something. He does have to roll with disadvantage, which is unfortunate because you have the veil, but he wants that veil back. Gosh darn it. Ooh, and I rolled good.
I have it.
So 24,
Ooh, ooh.
because I know your AC is really high right now, so I don't know if that hits.
So
Darn,
sorry.
sorry.
No.
What? Sorry?
24, does a 24 hit
It
you?
is not. No.
Okay,
wait,
so
wait. It might. Hold on. I'm sorry. I was looking at stuff.
because you have a
Yes, it
plus
does.
5. It does?
Yeah. It
Okay.
is. Yep.
So, you're going to do. I needed my dice bank. Hold on. Grab a random.
See, this is what this is all about, guys. You know, we just get things going.
This is where the
15,
fun begins.
This is where the fun is.
15?
That's right.
15 fire damage, but then also there's more damage.
Because I was say, because
He's
with
making me
that-
really bad.
with
Oh,
those
nice.
donations, that brings us up to 433 out of
Yeah,
$500.
Amazing.
So we are tantalizingly close.
17 necrotic damage.
Oof.
Okay, so I'm partially resistant to necrotic. So,
So-
Oh, I say,
Ooh.
Sathari, are you still covered in that lamp oil?
You are.
Oh, yeah.
So you also
It's not
think
me. Blame Dunic.
You You ignite, and you're gonna have to spend an action putting yourself out or take fire damage on your next turn as well.
So wait a
I'll
minute.
take it. Okay.
Wait a minute. Can I take that hit instead?
Do you have a thing that
Yeah.
lets you take it?
Don't I have ability? What is that? What is that spell?
I know
that
Gideon
thing?
had an ability to do that. I don't know if
What's your what's your fall Eladrin face step?
Yes.
yeah.
No, it's not that one. It's but it's okay. Telepathic. Yeah, no.
Oh,
no.
do you two have the
Oh,
lovers bond thingy
You
bobber?
do have the
They
thing.
have the lovers bond.
So you
But
can
it takes an action to do it. So never mind.
yeah.
I thought
Okay,
it
I'll
was
You
put it
can
back
help
in.
him if he
Okay.
goes down, but he's not
Yes.
down yet. He is on fire. And he
I'm
so you
not
got
down
the
just yet.
necrotic damage that we have to 8.
The angel,
Um,
the angel's
then I
on
need-
fire.
I need a Constitution saving throw, Sathari.
Okay. How about 12?
12 does not pass. So
Okay.
your hit point maximum also comes down 17. Is
My hit point maximum cannot be
Ooh.
affected, I believe.
that an angel thing?
I think it's
Or a
I have
cleric
something
thing?
somewhere. No, I think it's the
Is it a Twilight domain
I think
thing?
I think maybe I saw it somewhere.
Sounds like a cleric thing.
Sounds very clericy.
That sounds like
Sounds like some sort of cleric nonsense.
I think I had to have a aura up to make that happen.
So your maximum comes down 17 as well, which is
Oh,
no.
honestly, yeah, I was gonna say, oh no, you go from like a million to like a million minus 17.
It's not, I mean, it's not a lot. This is where I make the decision: are we doing fixed or maxed?
as we talked about.
So that is
Fine, I'll live forever.
I believe he
This
does
is how I
not-
felt the first time. I'm remembering this. I just
Ooh.
got bombarded.
Hold on, and then this. So he hits Sathari. Sathari lights on fire, and then from that same hit, you see kind of a black cloud kind of swirl around the Sathari's head and suck a little bit of the light from his eyes. But Sathari looks okay. However, as he does that, the knight looks a little bit stronger.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
And Frostfall, it is your turn.
Yay. So did I get the crit from Hal?
I believe so.
Okay.
You have a crit.
So this will be fun.
So you're going to just do
Yep,
so much
that's a random
damage.
auto crit from
Wait,
Hal.
didn't I get advantage on saves because of the veil?
Yeah. Wait, wisdom.
Wisdom, okay.
It was wisdom. It's
Not
not
con, okay.
con.
Not everything, okay. Carry on.
I think it's wisdom, intelligence, charisma. I think it's all like
Sorry, just doing his
Fine,
Balrog
I'll live
impression.
forever.
Okay, so I'm rolling my first attack damage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. So even with a crit, that's just a 10 of damage. And
Okay.
then for my second attack, we have advantage on him until end of Satari's turn.
So
Until the end of my
sorry.
turn, yep.
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay. First roll.
Just call him the angel. You know, we all do.
Oh, well, I
Good boy.
turned that nat one into a crit.
Hey!
Proud of you.
Yeah.
So, so 7 plus. Oh, I'm using my
Rapier.
vicious rapier.
Mm-hmm. You
Which-
fancy boy rapier.
Added more when I critted, so I
Yep.
need to add that to the end of this. So 7 plus.
We're so close.
I know. Hold on.
I'm looking at the
The donations.
donation counter.
Right, it's just, we're so close.
Oh, okay.
So
So
close.
adding on the damage for the vicious on both crits, altogether, it's 28 damage.
Rock on.
Heck yeah.
He is approaching bloodied. He's very
Okay.
close to bloodied.
Okay. Is he humanoid looking?
You can't quite see because of the armor. I will let You or Isa, roll me a religion or an arcana. Specifically, you or Isa, though.
Isa?
Hmm. What, you want me to roll religion?
Yeah, because just roll the die.
Yeah, I'm too busy like just focusing on trying to take it down. I got a 5.
Well, it happens automatically whether I know what it is or not. So, all right, I am going to walk up to it and reach back for my hammer and then go, no, shame on you, and smack it on the nose with my finger as I cast Finger of Death. I send negative energy coursing through the creature that I can see within range, causing it searing pain. It has to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Hey, Kiri, just be glad I didn't say 9th level spells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Straight on that
It
Constitution
would just be
saving throw,
dead. It would just be power word kill dead.
He crit on his
Meteor storm.
Constitution.
He succeeded.
Okay.
Okay, so he takes half of this.
Pokey pokey.
Stand by.
I have candy on my desk.
Oh wait, what is it? Is it D? Yeah.
How are we looking here? We need 67 more dollars.
Mhm.
Something
We're
like
so
that.
close.
7 more dollars, folks.
We're so close. So close, guys.
So the number we're looking at is 68 split in half.
So it'd be
34.
34.
34 points of necrotic damage.
Oh, necrotic, you say?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Does that have resistance to necrotic?
Ooh.
Nope.
Ooh.
He's immune to necrotic, my guy.
Oh no!
Mother
Oh.
puss bucket. And the reason I was asking is a humanoid killed by Finger of Death permanently becomes my zombie pet.
I know.
Well, if Isa had succeeded on there, you would have seen his immunity coming.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Hal.
So
I
sorry,
mean,
bud.
hey, that's just how the dice roll sometimes. I mean, you
Then
know,
I cry.
it's just how it goes sometimes. But hey, no donation is wasted because again,
Nope.
100% of
It's
the
very funny.
donations go
Yes.
to the children's. So
Yeah.
It's also
We're only
very
What's the-
$67
hey.
short.
What's the best nation in the world?
Donation.
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 Okay, so Thari, is that your turn?
Yes.
Isa, it is your turn.
All right, so we're gonna start off the turn because it's a bonus action for me to shoot the ray of light. So I'm going to. Wait, no, sorry, I did that wrong. I'm going to roll the dice for that plus 2 Eldritch Blasts, which is my action.
Pokey pokey.
So I'm just gonna roll all of the dice at once. I have them designated which one is which in my cup.
Yahtzee.
And remember, you add a d6 to all of your rolls
Oh, that's right.
because of the Veil of Shadows.
That's right. I keep forgetting that part. It's what's great about having, you know, a bunch of different color dice, so it's real easy to differentiate what goes to what.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, an auto crit has popped up
Yeah.
in the donations
Nice.
from Anonymous.
Anonymous. All right. So, what we're looking at here. So that's a 19 on the first Eldritch Blast.
That hits.
That hits. Okay. So that will be 9 points of force damage.
Okay.
That'll be an 18 on the second Eldritch Blast.
Just hits.
Just hits,
exactly
okay.
what you need.
But that'll only be for 5 points of force damage.
Okay.
And then the Crown of Stars bolt is a 28.
Nice.
Okay. Good job. He looks not great. Real
Right.
bad.
And then we still need to roll the damage for the Star Crown.
Golly.
All right.
You're muted, Johnny.
So it'll be 30 points of radiant damage from the Star Crown.
And this was the hand that did it. Was I muted?
You're hilarious.
So because of how matching, we're at 2 auto crits. So I guess whoever's next, whatever.
So
yeah.
Isa, you send out your Eldritch Blast. I see Eldritch Blast from your hands, and you hit him kind of square in the chest, and then another one of your star motes flies in and kind of hits him square in the face, and he's looking real bad.
All right, so Elisard, you have an auto crit from Anonymous, and then Hal has also sent out another random auto crit.
There we go.
Hooray.
So if we want to roll a d6 for me, Frostfall, and Sathari, that would probably work out the best since Elisard has one.
And we have an anonymous Red Dirt care package.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, another Red Dirt care package. Yes!
Isa 1, 2.
We're so close.
Isa 1, 2, Frostfall 3, 4.
Oh my gosh.
Sathari 5, 6.
Really close.
Isa 1, 2, Frostfall 3, 4. It is a 3. So
3.
Yay.
Okay. So auto crit for Frostfall. Let's say, come on, guys. Come on.
We're almost there.
Let's keep this rolling.
Well,
We're almost
we
there.
have a second auto crit too, but
that's
Is
what
there
I just rolled.
did a new auto crit come in?
well, anonymous did one, and the Hal's matching everybody.
Yes.
Yeah, the
that
first one
anonymous
goes to-
one was for
Oh.
Elisard.
Right.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, I just downloaded
Yeah.
the report and checked it.
So, Elisard, what do you do? It is your turn.
I am going to flourish my weapon. Am I within 30 feet?
Sure.
Okay.
Kill it with
I'm
damage.
It's a
going to
small
rush
room, so.
in, and then I'm going to vanish. And I'm going to strike like the wind. And making a melee attack on him with the auto crit, the hit does 12d10 force damage.
Okay.
Dang.
Practically nothing that's immune to force damage.
Let's just, I don't know, let's just do this. First one is a 29 plus 32, 61 points of damage.
Woo!
Dang.
Okay,
As
Elisard.
and then I appear 5 feet from him also.
Okay, so Elisard rushes in. His bronze coppery locks behind him, and he goes, ah! And he goes and he makes a stab right at that weak point in the neck, and then appears 5 feet away. And the creature drops his sword, reaches his hands up to his neck, falls over, and the armor looks empty for just a second before it dissolves into nothing. And he's dead.
Yeah.
And you
I'm
have
going to instantly cast mass heal wounds at 4th level for 15.
Oh man, Sathari, I forgot to roll you're still on fire.
The angel. The
And
angel.
you didn't take an
The
action
angel's
to
on
douse
fire.
yourself.
No, I was voluntarily going to take it. I was purposely going to just take the
I
the
forgot,
fire, so.
but so it's okay. DM's fault. So
We need
you
no
can take
consent.
some time now to douse yourself.
So Hal just got one of the care packages.
Care package for
He's
Hal.
matching, yeah.
$7 away.
Definitely autographing
And,
these.
yes, dollars
Definitely
away.
giving
Yes.
$7.
We're
$7.
$7 away, folks. Somebody just what can get for $10?
Let's see. Wild Magic Surge! Wild Magic Surge!
Let's do a wild magic surge.
Wild
Come on,
magic.
Sonny. Wild magic surge.
So the knight falls over, and like I said, his armor clanks, and then dissolves into nothing. You have the Veil of Shadows in hand, and you hear some spooky laughter, coming like from inside your minds. Thank you so much for finding my prized possession. If you wouldn't mind giving that to me. And it seems like you have a few seconds before he appears. At the same time, the boiling from the pit is getting really loud. It sounds like the water is rising now that the Veil of Shadows has been removed from its resting place.
Oh, We need to book it,
coming.
folks.
Yeah, we need upstairs.
Reminder
But
that
I
the
don't
physician told you to
Coins.
rub the coin.
Coins.
Yeah.
Coins.
Right.
I'm gonna say, you want me to give this to you? But I don't want to. Leave it up to fate. Pull my coin out. And then rub it, and as I go to flip it,
So the door to the water closet glows.
All
Seems
right.
like you gotta go back into the bathroom.
Quick to the
that's not as
restroom.
cool as I. That's not as cool as I envisioned it. But I'm just.
Something just came in.
Something
Something just came in.
Wild magic. I think $5.
It's a $5. So do the
Perfect, 'cause
voice.
then I'll get matched.
Zani,
Do the
you
voice.
now are an excited kindergartner.
Oh my god. Okay. Listen, I got this coin. Okay, this guy gave it to me. He's a doctor, but I don't really think he's a doctor. But okay, so I got this coin, and I'm gonna flip it. Look over there. You look over there. You look over there. I'm gonna flip it, and then I'm back in the bathroom.
So you guys all need to be in the bathroom.
Okay, yeah.
Quick
Come
to
on,
the
let's go.
bathroom.
If you guys
To
don't
the
get in here
bathroom.
fast, we're not gonna get away. We have to get into the bathroom. We don't let the bad guy in the bathroom because only we can go in the bathroom, and that's how we get back to the doctor. Okay, come on.
So you all get into
we'll
the
be
bathroom.
right back. We have to talk about this. We're gonna go into my office and discuss this. We'll be right back. Just stay where you are. We're just gonna go into the bathroom.
So Murgod again chuckles in your ear and
Hey, what's your name?
tell I guess he's going by Roger now. Tell Roger that I say hello and I shall be seeing him again. And then that's like as Frostfall shuts the door.
I mean, it's not like we have
And-
his true name or anything, and it's not like, you know, we
So
can't just
scary.
like
have the blood from him, so
No, we have his
Yeah,
blood.
you also have the cards.
banish this dude.
Maybe
But
I should, yeah.
Hal, so who are you forcing to change their character voice for 5 minutes, Hal? Or 10 minutes?
Yeah, because I'm already doing kindergartner, and nobody better poop in this toilet. Don't poop in the toilet. Roger will be really mad.
Because that officially does put us over
At
gold.
gold.
Over 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody, yes, how go?
No.
Vuvuzelas everywhere.
Everybody has to do the Russian accent now.
Okay.
Except for me, I can't do a Russian kid. Give me vodka. I want vodka.
We can't have vodka.
We can do that.
As
if
they
you
call
want.
it on recess.
No,
water.
I've often talked about it, but you
But
know,
to
that's-
say, you're a Russian child. Russian child drink vodka at 2 years old.
I drink too much
Drink
vodka
it
and
in
I
your
have to
sippy cup.
really go. Can you guys turn around while I go before you open the door and see Mr. Wadger again?
I will say, Sathari, there is like the dead snake and stuff. You guys knocked the box aside.
And I'm definitely going.
So if you open the door, which I'm
Yes.
assuming you do, you are back
Da.
in Hathor's sitting room.
Da.
The
Hathor, ooh, she has cooties.
the
Good. We
the
have
water
made it where we
closet
need to
kind
be
of
now. We
remains
have
as it
come where
is,
we're
but
supposed to go.
you can go into Hathor's place, and Hathor is there all alone. The physician's not quite there, but she does have a note.
Where do you
Hathor,
keep your
we killed
nuclear
the thing that was in
waste?
the bathroom. We got the veil. It was in the bathroom. Woo!
Arthur, it is so good to see you. Could we have the note that I guess we're waiting for us.
Yeah. First off, glad that you guys made it back, totally alive and stuff.
Is good to be back.
We are
I'm
happy to be back.
concerned about the accents.
Don't worry
but-
about
Don't worry.
Something
It's been
happened
happening-
While we were in
It's-
the water closet. I don't
It
know
goes-
what it was.
It goes away in 5 minutes or 10 minutes. It's good.
It comes and it
Okay.
goes.
So you open the note, and the note just simply says, meeting up with Alvaro, have lead on Ebony staff, be back soon. The physician.
Yeah,
on it.
good. We found plot hook for next episode.
We did.
Yeah.
Good.
Is that
That's what
one
we
for
were
the
waiting for.
Christmas? Is that
Hey,
one for
hey,
the Yule?
Hathor, do you remember earlier when I said I wanted my beer? I want my beer.
I don't feel like you should have a beer right now.
I'm ready. I've done a lot. I've earned it, and you're really pretty, and I want to have a beer so that you think that I'm a man.
Oh, Safari. And that's where we'll end our session.
She said my name. She said my name.
And is that where we all freeze in laughter? Yeah.
Someone is responsible for screenshotting that.
Do we have? I'm looking for the nuclear vessels.
They're in Alameda.
Nuclear vessels in Alameda.
In Alameda.
Yes,
So
yes, Alameda.
we met our goal. We exceeded our goal.
We did by $3. But
$3.
You win by if you win by an inch or a mile, it's still winning.
It's
So
still
Exactly.
and again, really, because again, all of this money, 100% of the donation goes to the Children's Miracle Network. So you guys did it. Look at you
have
go.
some medicine for some sick
Look at-
babies.
Look at what you did. Look at what we did together today. We
I
had a
do
lot of
now-
fun.
Now that we're done, I do want to plug the mod. Because this is
The
take
best Cthulhu mod I've played.
it's GURPS. It is a 5e adaptation of the GURPS adventure Thresher Manor by @Sage Thalcos, THALCOS on Twitter. Thanks. Super great. I had a lot of fun and a lot of headaches trying to adapt
Trying
it
to
to
translate
5e.
a GURPS mod into a 5e mod, which
Especially when I know nothing about GURPS.
we know nothing about GURPS. But hey,
GURPS created by Steve Jackson, Steve Jackson Games. Steve Jackson Games, if you would like to sponsor Red Dirt D&D, we are reddirtd@gmail.com.
I know that's not usually your thing, but
We'll start playing Illuminati. No problem.
Always plugging.
I will say the guy that you fought out of my Creatures Codex here is an Infernal Knight Devil.
Nice.
I love it.
Oh, sweet.
He was
Amazing.
great.
Yeah.
I originally was gonna have 2 of them come out, but it was already 4:45.
I mean, you probably. I mean, but given the fact that we got the limited cosmic power,
Yeah.
we could have taken it. We could have done it.
Yeah.
And then I
Is he
had
immune to fire?
I lost the page. I think so, maybe.
I'm just
I don't know.
curious.
I know
did
he
that
was.
come
I
out?
know
Yeah,
he
too.
stated he was immune to necrotic.
He is immune to
Necrotic.
necrotic. Let's look. He's right here in the
Let's
D's.
check the stat block.
Devil Shark. That's not what we want.
Close.
Devil Fire Imp. Here we go. Damage immunities. Fire, necrotic, poison.
Nice.
Yeah, I was gonna cast heat metal on his plate mail, but
Condition immunities.
Um,
Charmed, exhaustion, frightened, poisoned.
Nice.
I figured he was immune to fire.
Damage resistances, cold, bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical attacks that aren't silvered, but you guys all have magical weapons.
It was
Yeah.
like we were either
Yeah.
using magic or have magical weapons, so we're pretty
Yeah.
much good to go there. But
Oh, and he had telepathy. I totally didn't realize that. But his challenge rating was a 16.
Nice.
He
Ah.
also had a thing where he could, if you went down to 0, he could make you dead forever.
yay!
Wow. Yay.
And he had planar rift. So
Ooh,
there you go.
Wow.
And then I also came up with a stat block for Nerd God, but it sounds like he might come back into things. So I'm not going to tell you what that is.
Ooh, nice.
Ooh.
Yeah, when I had that 7th level spell, I was seriously thinking about just teleporting all of us to Hathors.
I know.
But-
That's what I was thinking too.
I really thought
we got
about it. I
what
was
we
like,
needed.
what if
Bye.
there's just something else, just in case? Yeah.
I was thinking that too. We could just plane shift.
You guys did
Just step
great.
sideways for a second. Yay! Have fun.
Yay.
So,
Thank
are
you, Kiri.
Thanks.
Kiri, are you thinking about doing this for Yule, the extended one, or is that what?
I don't. I think we might do one for like Lunar New Year. So do one in like January.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd
Try
be
to do
nice.
some. I don't want to do like the same holidays. So we'll do. I
Yeah.
think we'll do Lunar New Year. Because the Ebony staff is like a wizard's thing, right? So
Mhm.
Oh.
Nice.
Wizard staff has a knob on the end.
so yeah, keep an eye on our Twitter and stuff like that. As we decide on dates and names and stuff and vibes, we'll get that out to you. So look for that come 2022.
Ooh.
Fancy.
Fancy.
Tomorrow
Feels so weird.
I know. Tomorrow we will be in the studio recording new Red Dirt episodes.
And
Yeah.
a round table. We'll probably say some of your names.
Yep, we will definitely talk about this on the round table for that. So if you want to hear that round table, go ahead and head over to patreon.com/reddirtdnd. That round table won't come out for a little while, but when it does come out, after episode 70 releases, that round table will be released, and you can hear us talk about this and all of the. I'll give you some behind the screen stuff that these guys didn't find because they rolled really bad.
Really bad.
What can you do?
We really
sometimes?
did.
There are some cool things that you and then there was some super cool information that you would have gotten from that angel if you woke the angel up. So
Whoopsie poopsie. Oh well.
Oh yeah, we did just kind of leave them there, didn't we?
Yeah.
it's fine.
Oops.
It was a little late.
It was, yeah. You guys were. It was already like 3.
They seemed
almost
like
4.
they were tired.
Yeah. But yeah, so thanks for helping us help the children.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So much
So
fun.
glad to have you guys here. Some of you guys were here for the whole stream. Some of you guys hopped in a little ways through, but we're always glad to have you here. Remember that, so we're hopping in the studio tomorrow to record. Those episodes come out on Wednesdays, unless you're a patron, and then they come out on Sundays. Mike and Ash are here on Twitch at 6:30. A&M Talk D&D, and they have a really awesome topic this week, so I encourage you to tune into that.
On
And then
Tuesdays.
not this Thursday, but next Thursday. So that's like the 20 something.
I have a calendar on my computer.
Yeah.
It is the 21st.
The 21st of October, Plausible Deniability will be here on Twitch, and that's at 7, right, Johnny?
Yep, 7 o'clock. And you'll probably definitely want to tune in for the November 4th Plausible Deniability, where
That's
we'll
the
have a
special
special guest.
guest.
Yes.
So keep an eye on that, and have a very safe and happy Samhain, everybody.
Do you want to mention also, wait real quick before you sign out, the Extra Life, the 24-hour event
Yeah.
at Game HQ.
If you are local, yes.
You are a Oklahoma OKC resident and you would like to continue the Extra Life hype train. So this is just one Extra Life event of many that is going on. And so, Michael, remind me of the date. Is it
right,
October?
November 5th and 6th. Starts at 7 o'clock November 5th and runs to 7 o'clock November 6th.
Yes.
Straight through all night
Straight
long.
through all night long. That will
Come
be
party with us.
And not trying to like boast or anything, but we had some people at a convention bring in players' guides for us to autograph. I'm going to be at Game HQ during Extra Life.
Yes.
Bring that stuff in. We'll write you dirty notes inside your players'
Dunic
guide.
asks if there's going to be an epic this year. Do y'all know?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
awesome.
and it will be.
I believe they're bringing in. I believe it's going to be 10 towns. I think.
Right, I believe it'll be 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon. Check for the schedule. I think it's on Facebook. But
Check the Game HQ Facebook.
Yeah, keep
for a
keep
link
an eye
to
on the
Extra Life
OKC
stuff.
Extra Life Facebook and the Game HQ Facebook. There will be more details coming out as they get everything finalized, since we're still
Right.
about a month out. But if you guys are local and you've never gone to the Game HQ Extra Life 24-hour event, it is a whole heap and heck of fun.
It is super fun.
There's food, there's raffles, there's and the prizes are great because we get so many sponsors, both local and I've heard there's some like super special sponsors this year that we managed to get in they managed to get in contact with. So like I said, check it out. It'll be 24 hours worth of gaming, and we'd love to see you all there.
yeah, it'll be great.
But yeah, and I think we've covered everything. So we've done the necessary plugs of our episodes and our other Twitch shows. We have done the necessary plug of further Extra Life events. Yeah, but say if you guys keep following us on Twitch, again, we're here. Listen to our new episodes coming out every Wednesday. Thank you so much for coming today and helping us smash our goal. This is our second year of doing Extra Life as a group, and so we are humbled by your generosity.
For sure.
And it is a pleasure and it is an honor to get to do this and to play play this game that we love so much for all of you. But I think that's gonna do it for us. We've been here for 5.5 hours now, and we're all very, very tired. So we will see you
See you guys
next time.
Yeah.
Bye.
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 Do, 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 do.